There we go. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Yes, you can hear me. Yay! Um, there you go. I did eat. Like, I finished the last bite and like, as you guys were saying, I'm late. Where is my? There it is. So, just going to desktop. No, 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 no. That's all audio, bitch. Debate diagram window. Ta-da! And it's all set. It's all black, all dark mode and shit. And then for our YouTube window, it's not going to be YouTube. It's going to be Media Player. And because we downloaded it. Whee! And I just need to make sure that the audio accept sessions. So I'm going to change this to media.exe. Think it's mediaplayer.exe. What are you called, sir? Let's see if it plays. No, doesn't come through. God damn you. What is Microsoft's executable? What is this file? I don't know. But you know what I'll do? I'll fix it by doing this. Ta-da!
View that in and of itself as adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
And I would argue adding fuel to the
good?
fire is simply trying to eliminate voices from the conversation. By the way,
That or
whether
just
it's
being completely
Last time on
polarizing
Mac
and
and
just
Burger
being
Tree.
like,
No, we're not doing that. Thank you very much. Okay, where is everybody? Yeah, it was. I've set it up to capture certain applications audio, right? And you need to put the list of the exe file in there to the exe name, the executable. And I don't know what the executable's name is for media player. So what I did is I just, because there's an option that's like capture all the audio except for these ones on the list. So I was like, oh well, then we'll just do the inverse. Okay, how is the audio?
you suck.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I should be around the same sound. Also, I need my drink, so you guys can watch that. But then again, I don't want to let that sit so we can get copyright struck. Hold up! So, the water bottle that I've got here is one of those wide ones. So you stand a chance to see me spill this all over my face. Did the keyboard come yet? No, it's only coming next week. It will only be here, best case scenario, next week, Wednesday. Enable. Okay, are we good? Okay, I saw you guys were saying some stuffs, so let's have a go at those. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. No, Kitty this morning and a Bob debate after that. Today's going to be full. Yeah, it's going to be a mental minefield. But at least this one isn't a Bob debate or a Vosh debate, so we'll be fine. We'll just have. It's not exactly a palate cleanser, but it's not hell either, so we're good. To all the one people also waiting. Galente, how are you holding up today, Andrew? You today are more at peace today than the past week. I'll take it as improvement. That is a very good improvement. I'm glad to hear that. One day at a time, exactly how Andrew said. Genuinely excited for this topic. It's one that deserves more nuance and charity to one's opponent than it normally is given by. But I'm curious to see how Kitty and chat interact. Let us see. Indeed, I saw this one and was excited to see how it turns out both in the debate and the map. I'm fresh to this debate, so it's a blind run for me. I've listened to about half of it and like with it in the background. So yeah, it's also mostly blind because you know, having things in the background is one thing, but actually listening and writing down stuff is another. From my experience, I'm not really familiar with Crowder, so I'm interested in how he operates. Galente, from my experience, he's usually around mid-faith. Generally, he's not open to changing his mind, ironically. Yeah, I haven't seen... He does seem to go very hard. And it does make... so far, what I've seen, he's great. So, a lot of them... I think he does go a bit too hard, but the thing is, the arguments do. I've had. I think the thing that changed my mind on guns was his changed my mind, because I was like, oh no, not so much guns and whatever. His changed my mind on guns was something that made me consider more the other side, that actually being armed is a good thing as a woman, that sort of thing. So no, you're not poisoning the well, Galente. Okay, so yeah, I did eat, that's why. I hate these stupid updates. Right, Gray, and we will just basically just raid your stream. My whole com went to hell last night from updates. Oh yeah. This morning I restarted for the updates, so let's see. While playing a J. Mukbang stream? No. Can I get the stream's wrench? Darling, yes, you can have it. We are giving 2 out every week. Every stream. Is this you? Hard user, no. Remove us. Oh, that's you. I'm there. It was picking up Andrew. Add as moderator. Okay. There you go, darling. But the next person who gets the wrench. Oh, hi, Vincent. Armed Society's Polite Society. Hi, Sultan. I attacked. Yes, I did. And there is a cow. Did the keyboard. Okay, we all caught up with chat. Guys, all of you are gonna get wrenches eventually. There's like what? There's like 10 of you that watch regularly. So you guys are just gonna, assuming that more people will come along, you will be ready. You will be armed with your wrenches. You're now a tool, darling. I like that, Carl. Always was. Okay. Anyway, I hope everybody is doing well. I've had a tough day, I won't lie. So I'm kind of happy that I get to do this with you guys. I was feeling a little despondent. Almost decided to cancel. But I was good. My head is repaired. It was not so good this morning. Any hoodle. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to sit around with me and talk about this. I guess, are most of us in the chat, or most of us here on the topic, will probably think that there are only 2 genders. Please let us know in the chat and the comments below what your opinion is. The only wrench I like is in Clue. I haven't played Clue since, I think I only played it when I was 16 once. And that was it. Okay. I'm sorry. I did realize it was that bad. I'm sorry. It wasn't bad. Look at me. We are the co-op now. Yes, we are the co-op now. Also, Nico, where do you put the clip for your migraine? The hair clip. Do you put it on the side? Where do you, on your neck? Only 2 genders. Okay, that's you, Sultan. Kitty and chat, 27,000 genders. Okay, snakes. Snakes as well. Snakes, D, all of you guys that have been like from the beginning, I have to give all these wrenches. I didn't always do that. I always do that. You're just making typos so that you can retype what you did. I don't know why. Oh yes, I opened this book for timestamps. Silly. 13. Not that I've gone and put in any timestamps for anything else. Okay. So yeah, I'm mostly on. I did gender and psychology, so I was right on the cusp, and I graduated in 2016. So I was right on the cusp of crazed gender ideology, right? When in Africa, in a very liberal, one of the most liberal African countries when it comes to gender and sex. Okay, even though Africa is very conservative. Anyway, university-wise, very liberal. In there, my point of view was that gender and gender roles were based on biology, and of course, it's a way more complex. There are differences in the individual, but yes, basically, my main thing that I really wanted to talk about, because it was mostly seminars, was like, guys, but the gender roles can really all be traced back to in evolutionary psychology, and it is based in sex. So that doesn't mean that you are bound by it. It's just that we need to remember that that's where they came from, and then also that gender is still performative, so you can be another gender socially, but biology does limit you. So I tried to articulate that in an essay. I didn't do very well. I did well in another one where I just had to spout some feminism, which is fun. But also, I didn't get a good interaction mark there because apparently I spoke too much, which actually wasn't in the rubric. I'm not bitter. It's only 8 years, and I'm still talking about that. Anyway, so how many genders do you think there are? There are 2, because it is a spectrum. Even if it is a spectrum, there's one end of a spectrum and another end of a spectrum. You can't pretend that they just fade off into the background. There is a spectrum between 2 extremes or 2 different things. And humans are way too complex to be reduced only down to masculine and feminine, but you cannot deny gender differences. You really can't. Anyway, I think we'll talk about it and address the points as they're made, because it's mostly standard arguments here. Someone was bitter that you weren't left enough. Yeah, I was. But then again, I was also probably a bit too passionate. But I mean, one of the best things, even my exposure to queer theory, all of that sort of stuff, it wasn't dogmatic. It was literally just, here it is, here's a way to view the world. It was all just right on the edge of when it exploded. So I really, sex or gender differences. Gender, what do you mean? Sex or gender differences? Gender is based on sex. Gender roles evolved from sex roles, as in sexual roles. So it's an important thing to remember. That whole thing is also why it was like we had the thing of gender and sex are different. They're completely separate. Cool. That does at least make sense for transgenderism, right? But why do we get sex changes? Because they are connected. They are connected literally. People don't want to reduce it down to genitalia, but it really is. So, yeah, they are way too intertwined to be separated, but they are different. Does that make sense? I need to articulate it better, maybe draw it better. But anyway, Middlesex was an interesting book. Oh, my mom read that. She said it was incredible. But he still went with male role in the end, despite being raised as a girl. Okay. Yeah, those stories are incredible of the Middlesex, the intersex people. because the parents have to make a decision in the beginning. They can't really just let that go. And a lot of the time, actually, even uh, people found out. There's stories about people that just found out that they had male internal organs, or they didn't have this or that, and it's wild. So just think about it. That's where the biology and the hormones and all of that gets all trapped in with your social role and the way you look, and it's insane. And it's so weird because we all have some way of identifying male and female, and when you interact with people, you're going to figure out whether they pass or not, and that's the whole thing people are trying to erase, and that's just not a thing. You can't. We evaluate people. We're animals. We evaluate each other immediately from sight, from sound, everything. You know, when you said armed society is polite society, it's true, because actually, with when it comes to polite society, it's because of the threat of violence. Because there's punishment, there are consequences. It's the same thing with parenting. If you are not going to give consequences to your child's not actually going to take you as an authority. Unfortunately, authority does have to come with some sort of force. Anyway, I'm sure we can have philosophical discussions about that. A decently strong enough clip right above or on your eyebrow does the trick. Oh, like in here, like this. Because sometimes that really hurts, so I can't touch it. But other times it's fine. So other times it would help. Like I do go like this. I touch here. Or I put something heavy on top. You can use it on your neck if the migraine is farther back. Yeah, but the migraine's usually up here. Wow, someone was bitter. Okay, sexual gender differences. Well, you said that there are definitely gender differences, but aren't you talking about sex differences? There is such thing. What I mean by there are gender differences is there are masculine traits and feminine traits, and there are certain characteristics that genders that what do you call it? That belong to a certain gender. That's what I mean. Oi, take a stand, maybe. Don't worry, I haven't been sitting that long. We haven't been sitting up for 45 minutes, Stream Elements. Don't know where you've been. If you make gun illegal, only the criminal be armed. Exactly. That. See, that's the thing is, I understand anti-gun because it's like, can't we just take away all the guns? And that would be great, but it's impossible. It's done. It's too far gone. That's it. And if it's not guns, it's other weapons. So yeah, the only thing you can. I mean, I'm from South Africa. I know I bring it up all the time, but actually, some people think our gun laws are pretty strict there, or that it's a pain in the ass to at least get a gun compared to America. But yeah, the criminals get guns from all kinds of places. They steal them from the fucking police. Okay? How do you think that having a law is going to somehow erase all the law-breaking people? Anyway, that will be another discussion. Well, stabbings did go. I mean, in UK, yes, they love their stabbings, don't they? Yep, right there. We'll use a smaller, weaker clip if the big one hurts. Yeah, I can get one of those little ones. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. So it'll be funny. I'll go and buy a clip there, and my hair's going to be flippin' short, and they'll be like, "What the fuck are you going to do with this clip?" Anyway, let us go. I would love to hear also what you guys think about Crowder, because a lot of people think he's too much. So, hi Ty, live in a very violent ghetto area. You live in a violent ghetto area, and the only reason somebody hasn't rolled through here in some gang is because every house in the block is strapped, including me. Nice, Ty. I'm glad to hear that you are safe, basically. That is a thing. You know, when you will see in probably, if you follow me on Twitter or whatever, I'll probably be commenting on some South African story at some stage where some criminal gets shot. And you will see everybody going, and it's because we are so fucking sick of it. And if somebody gets killed around a certain area or whatever, for a while, the criminals just won't mess with that area. So it's like, it's a deterrent. And also, when your policing is not so great, which I can, in a ghetto, that's probably it. It's the same situation. Wow, Chintia. Crowder is only good at debate because he's good at rebuttals that catch the audience's attention. He's very quick. Okay, that's the thing. I am not quick enough to be good at debate. And that's one thing that helps him. His mouth is a lot quicker than most people's. And he obviously does come prepared as much as possible. And yes, it is low-hanging fruit most of the time because of he's with libtards. But these are the arguments that you do mostly come across in any case. And he has those arguments. He has those responses. I'm sure we'll come across, because guess what? We are going to do a lot of change my minds. I'm sure we'll come across some where we're like, ooh. That's actually also why I wanted to do debate diagram, because I'm like, wait a second. I enjoyed Stephen here, but is it just because I believe what he believes, or did he make really good arguments? So that's why we should be doing a lot more change my minds in future. What's up, Nico? Use the one that's strong enough and you'll wipe out 1/4 of your eyebrow. Happens to me. Oopsie. I'd never debate crowd in public, though. He can edit the video. If you do out-debate him, he doesn't have to post the debate. It's lose-lose. He often, when he does use the conversation, so if he is posting the conversation, I haven't heard about him not posting conversations that he has lost in, but it's very clear that you could do that. But what he does is, if you are having the conversation with him, he will do a clip in the beginning, but he will make sure the full uncut conversation is in the change my mind. He doesn't go, okay, and then we did this and then cut off. He does do the whole conversation, which is something I really like. At least out of those curated ones that, like you said, it could just, be. And I think what's important is this person is not debating him. That's a good way to go in, which is, it's a change my mind. It's literally, let's talk about what I think and let's talk about what you think. And then he usually presents something else. And you know what? Eventually, what I would do is I would want to talk to him because I would want my ideas to be challenged by him. I would want to do that. And then I would probably be one of those people that, geez, I really need to go home and think about that. I will be that person, because I probably would find myself going, wait a second. And then I would have to go and find out whether I ascribe to what he said. But it's just, if you go into this and don't make it a conflict, it's perfectly fine. I think you can save your face socially. If you don't act like a freaking moron and you don't go in there trying to be better than Steven Crowder and just have a flippant conversation. I think he's a nice guy to talk to. I'm sorry, I know that's based, but I think he should be quite an interesting person to speak to. And I think a lot of people that agree with him land up speaking to him on Change My Minds, unfortunately. There's only one that he lost in for sure. Which one was it? He debated a college student on socialism. Ooh. The student destroyed him. Like you said, though, he usually goes for low-hanging fruit. Oh, please can you link that, Brian, for us? Like I say link that, or link the person who said that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, oh, you're not right or whatever. I want to know, somebody must have filmed that. Like, where's the evidence of that? Because I want to see what that argument was. And then also, because then we can see what went wrong with his argument, because, geez, bro. Socialism won. I prefer the change my minds without the onlookers. Too much crowd interference to get a real convo. Yeah, they had a bit of an interruption here. Have you ever heard of the street epistemology? It does the change my mind, but in more open Socratic method. I have heard of that, but I'm not familiar. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, please do. You did post it. Okay, no, but I still want to map that. That must be in our Brian. Okay, well, I think you'll be able to post the link, but it won't hyperlink. But then our super mod Andrew will take the link and put it in the suggestions on Discord. If you want to join the Discord, I don't know if you are in the Discord, guys. Sorry if you have joined. It's just that Andrew and Nico, and Waffles are it's like us three there mostly. So if you're not speaking, then we don't I probably haven't seen you. Anyway, it'll be fun. Just join us. Join us. One of us.
Time for this holiday installment of Change My Mind, where we rationalize our positions on seemingly controversial topics. Now, today's subject is an oldie, but I would argue a goodie, in there are only two genders.
I almost had a heart attack
because
because I was like, what the fuck did I download when it's like women should not be in combat roles? Like, what the fuck?
On Change My Mind all the way back in 2017. But the discussion
I'll give the video name. Thanks so much.
Around gender in the United States and globally certainly has undergone a major transition. No pun kind of intended. We went from the argument back then of gender being socially constructed and existing outside of a
socially constructed based on biological things. That's my view of gender. But then practicality comes into that. Like what does that mean practically? I need to be able to summarize that through intercourse. Through interaction.
To now arguing that there are limitless genders and biological terms for sex being used interchangeably with those of gender.
She is now the first female and openly transgender 4-star officer with the U.S. Public Health Service Commission.
What, are there two genders? How do you know someone is one of the two genders? I'd ask him. He actually has done that. There's certain...
A transgender female inmate
not
has
this
been
one,
moved
but
to
I've seen it in a
prison after impregnating two other biological
I do want to get my sippy cup, guys.
inmates.
After studying Leah Thomas's times from male to female, he says statistically
download the subtitles.
Is an outlier.
So why the drastic change in record time? And how exactly did the students at Texas Women's University rationalize it? Well, meet Gabriella, who may just have provided my favorite conversation in all of Change My Mind history. See if you can find out why. Steven, nice to meet you.
My name's Gabriella. Nice to meet you.
Gabriella, nice to meet you. Oh, thank you very much. You know what? That's actually an incredible compliment. And I'll tell you why. Because I didn't realize until very recently that everyone's feet didn't hurt their whole life. Extra wide feet. And then I finally found a company that said, oh yeah, you just have wide feet. You need to buy wide shoes. And these are the only shoes that I have now.
I'm actually going to note that because you
so I'm glad that they're okay.
Yes, sir.
So, Gabriella, thank you for taking the time sitting down. Sorry.
He does the little... He uses his his comedic skills to make people... I don't know if they've land up feeling more comfortable, but he shows them that he's not going to hurt them. Okay? Well, he tries to start off nicely. Especially if you are nice to him. If you're not, I don't think she's the kind of person that ran up to him and was like, let's fucking go, bitch. Okay. Hi, Mexican. Hello, chair. Oh, sorry, guys. I interrupted the chair. Are you okay? The socialism video? Yeah, the socialism video. 8 from 5 years ago. Okay, guys. I was getting my sippy cup, okay? So that the chair doesn't have to endure spills. Here's my sippy cup. And I'm putting vitamin fizz in there. By the way, smash the like button. I would say so. That is quite a good recommendation.
A little bit of dry mouth here. Been talking for a while. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm just going to put, so Steven's red. I mean, he's red to me all the time anyway, so. Come, we're back here. That's it. Okay, intro. Oopsie. Come now. Steven talks about his feet. Having wide feet. Okay, so I want that there because it's I'll note it, so don't worry, I won't. Trying to build. Focusing on his own shortcomings to lighten the mood. It's very stressful. You know how brave you have to be to go and... How brave does a person have to be to go and do this? I honestly think it's great. And the way that she holds herself is really... I like it. Tap the like button. It's dangerous to go alone to make sure... Don't you dare do it! Oh, do it in pairs, yes. But don't do the tapping. Twice. That to vitamins. Okay. Ooh, that tastes good. It's vitamin C and zinc. Because I don't have vitamin B left. Oopsie.
How familiar you are, if at all, with the kind of change my mind concept, but...
Yes.
So,
I've seen some of your videos.
Okay, so it's an opportunity to sit down and hopefully rationalize our positions on seemingly controversial topics.
Of course.
This is one that to me is interesting because I'm revisiting it. I did it years ago, and back then... Flies around. Back then, it's interesting some of the arguments that were presented because we've sort of blown past them today. The idea that sex and gender are different, separate. Well, we kind of don't subscribe to that anymore today. Everyone back then, when I would say, hey, I'm concerned about us going...
So also what's also cool about this format, right, is that he goes from... he actually... Because of the way the conversation starts, he puts his own position. He says where he stands, kind of, and then you go into to greater detail, which I like. So I'm actually going to put this into one block because it all stands together because it's all about building rapport. Okay. And okay, so I just want to go back a bit, get his thing of what he said. I don't mind taking a while with this because it's...
Past them today, the idea that I did it years ago.
Did you ago and back then flies around?
And back then, flies around. Back then, it's interesting some of the arguments that were presented because we've sort of blown past.
Okay, so his stance is that previous arguments have now changed. Previous popular stances have changed. I want to go from
them today. The idea that sex and gender are different, separate. Well, we kind of don't subscribe to that anymore.
Okay, from sex and gender are different to
today. Everyone back then, when I would say, hey, I'm concerned about us going on the path here and children transitioning, they would say that's absurd, that's a logical fallacy.
Will
and of
you
course
repeat that again? I'm sorry, I wear hearing aids.
Oh, I apologize. Could you mind moving in and I'll move into you?
Oh, this is so weird because he has to get very close to her. So if you had to say come in and not know that she needs a hearing aid, you'll be like, why is Steven being so fucking creepy? But I think I think she's really sweet and upfront.
Going on the path here and children transitioning, they would.
Okay, to not that. Okay, going from children to be transitioning and that bad. And that's bad to... Oh, wait, no. From children, transitioning will never happen. is absurd. To children should be transitioning. At least he's saying it's less controversial. It's not like, oh, everybody is now in agreement about these things. It's still controversial. A lot of people still think the same way. They did. Yeah. Okay. Vit ermen. South Africans say vit ermen, okay? We're fake. What are we? Wannabe British people. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Andrew. Every time I hear a non-American say vitamin, I think of vitamin C bar. I don't know who that is. Okay, it's goo.
Say that's absurd. That's a logical fallacy.
Will
Of
you
course we
repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to note the hearing aid. Because now I'm putting this in because that's the point at which she says, please repeat yourself. Okay. So we don't know how much of that she understood. It's not that it's a bad interrupt, so I'm not being mean there. Okay.
Wear hearing aids.
Oh, I apologize. Do you mind moving in and I'll move into you? I just didn't, I didn't want to. As long as you're okay with it, I'll make sure to speak into it. I don't want you to.
And then he also goes for his breath. He starts talking about his breath.
I didn't want to get up in your personal space.
No, it's okay.
But for example, I used to discuss concerns, bring up concerns of children transitioning. Back then, they would say, well, that's absurd. That's a logical fallacy. And of course, here we are where it's law in several states.
So hearing difficulty. So he goes back to explaining. People said, child transitioning would be fallacy, is logical fallacy. Now it's in. Okay. It's also important also to realize what Stephen does always do is he also does the emotive language thing. He does it as well. He will say things in a very hard-hitting way. That doesn't always have to be that hard, bro.
So that's the reason I thought it would be interesting to revisit it, considering.
But he's passionate.
How we've accelerated at light speed, and I still maintain that there are two genders. And if you disagree with me, I'd be more than happy to hear your point of view. And accelerated at light speed, and I still maintain that there are two genders. And if you disagree,
this a what free campus? Oh God, I want to just put a little thing in there. A free speech campus? I don't know. Student yelling. Okay. Hey Josh, welcome. You're losing your vitamin C. Cats and kittens. Cats and kittens. Hey, all you cats and kittens. Missed the start, but I'm glad to be with you all again. Hey, we are only just getting into it, so don't you worry. We were having a whole fat chat about things. Mostly just about where we stand on the issue. So if you would like to let us know what you think, but also you will while we're in chat. But thank you for coming. Good to see you again. Okay, repeat.
with me, I'd be more than happy to hear your point of view, and you can try and change my mind.
Okay. So you, and what is your stance on this again?
Okay, so that's great to just ask a person, what is your stance on this again, right? Like, you know what? It's okay to ask him again. Even he's said stuff, but instead of just running into her argument, she wants to know what his stance is. Okay. Question for clarity. What is your stance again? Okay, so, and I think it's not that she doesn't understand him the first time. I think she just wants to be clear. She wants to have the clarity of what he's saying, because she's not going to just start attacking. And this is like with Vaush, what we get, Vaush and both, and Sargon, where they just like, they hear certain words, and she would have heard a couple words, and then just, and if she just thought, oh, Steven Crowder, evil man, bad man, she could hear certain words and be like, you're this and you're that. She could have gone hard, but she's asking him again to go through what she said. I think that's good. It's how it builds such a positive, like feedback thing, positive environment there. At least as far as I've heard. Who knows? Could destroy it. Okay. And opportunity to really Steven Crowder thinks rather she's a freaking star, man. She's not an extrovert, this woman, and she goes and does this. Bad man and the same bad and man are the same thing. That is so right, Snakes. Down with the patriarchy. Down with it. All of you who still identifies men. Down with you.
There are two genders.
Okay.
Except for my husband, he can stay.
I personally disagree.
Okay, so sorry, I do want to say there are two genders. Okay, and also, is that all that he said?
So you, and what is your stance on this again?
That there are two genders.
Okay. I personally disagree. Okay. And I know many people that, of course, do agree with this. And again, I very much disagree because I view sex and gender as two things. And typically, whenever you hear about biological sex, typically it's male or female.
Right.
Of course, you have people who are intersex and sex, and many people that, of course, do agree with this. And again, I
wonder what she means by do agree with this. So maybe she says, so what, I'm not sure whether it's two genders or... So either way, I guess it doesn't matter because she's not saying there's other people, therefore I'm right. So it doesn't really matter whether she says this. Maybe she's acknowledging, I don't know if she's acknowledging, look, you're not the only person who thinks that way. So I understand.
Very much disagree because I view sex and gender as two things.
Okay, so she is...
And typically, whenever you hear about biological sex, typically it's male or female. Of course, you have people who are intersex and stuff like that. And I do view gender and sex as two different things. And I definitely do view gender as a spectrum.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, so there we go. So she's like, sex is binary, gender is a spectrum, basically. And then I think it just intersex comes to mind. But that doesn't make her say, oh well, because there's intersex, there's no female and male. It's just that that is just an occurrence. It's not the norm. It's not the way people were meant to come out.
Yes, sir.
On what do you base that? Why do you believe that gender
Why?
is different from sex?
Okay, so sorry, and she says gender is on a spectrum. Yeah, so she very clearly has two different. You can see that she's said here that sex and gender are different, and she's described two different things. So far so good. Okay, and also here he is asking. He wants to know why. Why are sex and gender different? So, question, sorry. Question. Advancing question, I'd say. Guys, I'm having a craving right now for Yellowstone. I just thought of Yellowstone, and it's just such a good show. And I just thought of all the feelings we had last night just watching it, and I'm just like, oh, wow. Okay. I just looked at the key again, and the key is actually supposed to be, oh no, wait. New point based on previous. Okay, following same point. Okay, never mind. So we're fine. But the point is I wasn't using elbows before. So I don't know if I can keep it up. But either way, it's more about where a line starts and ends, not how it is in the bindle. Okay. It's just why do you view them? Okay, and then we're going to have an answer. Because, wow, we can... Whoa, bitch, relax. Different things.
Where did you start believing that?
The definition of sex is that it is biological.
Okay. Perfect, just answers. Clear answer. Okay. Sex is biological. So I guess it's not so much the why, it's just she's describing further. It's just the semantics of it, the way she's putting it together. It means chromosomes. Okay, there's food in the bowl. I was just checking.
So that means chromosomes, hormones.
Primary, secondary sexual
Yes.
characters. Yeah.
Okay, so we do need to notice when he does overlap. I do that a lot when I'm also talking to someone. Is I try to, I don't finish their sentences, but if they're struggling, I start trying to see if I've made the point. I try and help them, and that can actually get on people's nerves. Chromosomes, hormones. I'm going to say continues for her. But also, you know what this functions as when he does this is an understanding. It's showing understanding when you take what the person is listing, and you finish their list for them with things that are similar, because that does illustrate that you understand you're with them. So it's not like this is not a bad thing. I'm just saying, also just pointing out a function of that interruption. So, more adds to. Okay, with interrupt, primary, secondary. You can sticks. I just want to also note that thing that is said. Okay, in my opinion, and I am right. Okay.
Sure.
And gender is very much I don't want to say psychological thing.
Okay, I don't know why she wants to not say psychological thing. So we'll see. Is it just because that's too reductive?
Because that's not really correct. But
so I think she's just saying like it's not entirely correct. So it's like only slightly correct. Okay.
Gender is
I know what
very
you mean.
much.
Voila!
Yes, it's very much in identity. That's why typically.
Okay, so she brings up the identity bit. What is an identity? What comprises an identity? Chicken. And there's veggies in the microwave. Guys, we can get Gordon to eat on camera. Then it is eating with Kitty. He is eating with Kitty. Also, we can never do that. Gordon would never agree. What did you say? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yellowstone sucks. Calvin, why does it suck? It is not. Is she saying only two genders, but you can identify as whatever you want? Sorry, I'm distracting right now. No, Snakes, that's true. That is she's not saying that yet. So that's the interesting thing is people carry on about it as gender's a spectrum, but what I want people to figure out or acknowledge at least is that fine, you can be, even if you want to say you can't be, there's not a million genders, okay? But even if you want to use the spectrum idea, there are two, you have 0 here and 1 here, okay? You've got A here and B here, okay? You've got two different things, and you're going to, at some point, some psychological, social point, you tip over from one into one. You cannot be both. You tip over. You can be ambiguous, but don't pretend that that's not weird. Being gender weird, gender queer, I suppose, that's it. But you can't pretend that is that is not problematic. That won't lead to social problems, and that you inevitably will land up being either male or female in different situations then. So male or female in the gender term. What's up? Just agreed like a glass of water after chewing handfuls of dirt. What is happening? She says sex and gender are two different things, but then immediately conflates them. Well, let's see. So she says,
because that's not really correct. But
so, okay, so she's saying she doesn't conflate them. How does she conflate them, Josh? I thought you called your husband chicken. I mean, he is chicken to come on stream, but he doesn't give a shit. Great analogy. First few seasons aren't that bad. I also talk over Kitty all the time. She just can't hear me. Talk over me! Do it! Any reason why? Bad acting, writing? Yeah, I want to know. Look, there's a lot of woke moments in that thing. There really are. Anyway, my husband's some sort of chicken. He's delicious.
Gender is
I know what
very
you mean.
much, yes, it's very much in identity. That's why typically the term gender and gender identity are grouped together.
Sure.
And so that's how I personally see that.
So what's interesting...
Okay. Together. Okay, let's go.
To me, actually, sorry, I'll lean in. What's interesting to me is what you're saying is actually what the kinds of arguments that were presented to me years ago, right? That gender and sex are different. But that's not what's even being taught today. So, for example, you have, this administration, Joe Biden, referring to Rachel Levine not as our first woman four-star admiral, but first female. And now when you look on government forms, if you're transgender, you will check the...
Okay. Argument is like what I heard years ago, not what's being taught. Okay, so you could say that this is now going off point, but what this actually does is expands the conversation. Because if this was what we wanted to do, okay, and we just went, this is my opinion, and this is my opinion, they have to interact. Otherwise, it won't be much of a conversation. But they seem to interact really nicely. At least these two. Not that they agree, but they at least allow each other to speak. Okay, expands conversation. Expands her point. Not what's being taught though. Example, Rachel, I don't know how you spell it, Levine, is called first female admiral. Then I think it was admiral that they said. I think he wanted woman to be the term there.
Referring to Rachel Levine not as our first woman four-star admiral, but first female. And now when you look on government forms, if you're transgender, you will check the female box, depending on the form. So we are using them fundamentally interchangeably. And I would say first female. And now when you look on government forms, if you're transgender, you will check the female box.
Yeah, that's depending on how you feel. They become, like, they actually have become, just because they're related doesn't mean they're the same thing, which is what I said in the beginning for me. Okay. But then also they have been turned into the same thing on the government forms. Sorry, I want to say 5-star in case anyone sees the diagram and goes, it's not the first admiral. Rather than women. Government forms. Even Okay.
Depending on the form. So we are using them fundamentally interchangeably. And I would say the reason for that is because it was only up until very recently that sex and gender were used interchangeably. The idea that they are separate is a very modern theory. I would argue it's not rooted in reality. It started with postmodern feminism. Well, it started with French existentialism and then through postmodern feminism. And now we end up at the point where no one can agree on how many genders there are or what we should do with children who are transgender.
Okay, so he's saying government forms, you check. We're using them interchangeably, which is relatively new. He did say that sex and gender being separate is a modern idea. That's the thing, it was a progressive idea back in my day. It wasn't a fascistic way of seeing the world.
Existentialism and then through postmodern feminism, and now very interchangeably. And I would say, but first, female. And now when you look on government forms, if you're transgender, you will check the female box, depending on the form. So we are using them fundamentally interchangeably. And I would say the reason for that is because it was only up until very recently that sex and gender were used interchangeably.
Okay, so he's saying that it's, which is relatively new, that his reasoning for it actually happening. We're using them interchangeably, which is relatively new. Using them because only he's basically saying only using them interchangeably because we've only done that recently. Okay, am I not hearing that properly?
Form. So we are using them fundamentally interchangeably, and I would say the reason for that is because it was only up until very recently that sex and gender were used interchangeably. The idea that they are separate is a very modern theory. I would argue it's not rooted in reality.
The idea that they are separate. Okay, the idea that they are separate is a modern idea. Argue that it's not rooted in reality. You see, the fact that they are completely separate, there's no that's where I quibble, because I'm like, no, they're not completely separate. But you can perform as one gender. That's what I mean. You can socially transition, and that's the best you can expect from yourself as a transgender person. You can't pretend you're an actual woman. You're something else. You're a trans woman. And that's absolutely perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, you better not be fucking putting kids on hormones, okay? On puberty blockers. Okay, so let's not get onto that yet. But yeah, you're something else. We can't pretend that. I'm trying to see how this is, because maybe I'll do a summary video again. I'll say these things, but where I will do a diagram of what I think of how it works. Because it's not coming through. Also, by the way, when you have a migraine, the language part of your brain is fucked. So the residual language stuff here might be a problem. So we might finish early.
It started with postmodern feminism. Well,
started with postmodern feminism. And remember, I'm not going to fact check him, by the way. You guys can give us new facts. I'll put it there, but I'm not going to do that.
Started with French existentialism and then through postmodern.
Okay, started French existentialism. Postmodern feminism.
And now we end up at the point where no one can agree on how many genders there are or what we should do with children who are transgender.
Okay, so that's still, he didn't really give an explanation. He just gave more of his position. But both of them are doing that. So, interpreting his view here is that we shouldn't have gone that way. The thinking of them um, being separate but not related has actually led to them being completely um, being completely separated and therefore at the same time used at the same as the same thing. I think it's not that. It's the erasure of one, isn't it? It's the erasure of the relevance of one. So it's not because how can you be going, okay, why not? This is what we're about here. Okay. I said I was going to do this in another video, but I just want to. So we have sex and gender. Sex. Okay. Let's just go and sex on gender. Okay. I mean, gender based on sex equals related but different. Okay. But then when you say gender and sex not the same, unrelated and different. Okay. When they're unrelated and different, gender, but then following from gender and sex not the same equals unrelated and different. From that, okay, I'm just going to do that actually here. From here, people go here, where using sex and gender interchangeably. So how did that happen? Where you have separated the two, but doing that? I think that's what he's basically saying here. Is gender and sex are not the same, and they're unrelated. They're different. Causes people to say sex and use sex and gender interchangeably. What I would think is they use sex and gender interchangeably because they take one of these things out, and it would be either sex or gender. They take out the relevance of biology a lot in order to make sex and gender the same thing. They forget that they are related. This unrelated bit here is what makes it possible to make them interchangeable, which blows my mind, right? Am I making sense? Okay, whoa. My chat has not been scrolling. Sorry, guys. The last thing I saw was a snakes thing. Sorry. Gordon ASMR stream incoming. No, Walter, that's gonna take a lot of money. Xenopronouns are still annoying and confusing as well. Heck yeah, that's a problem. What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Kitty. I was talking over you. Okay, snakes. I don't remember. She immediately goes into intersex when giving that basis for a gender spectrum, but also tries to say they are unrelated. Yeah. Not to mention they lay eggs within you, tear you through your chest. Okay, well. Yeah, this is changing the topic too early in my in my opinion. Gender's greatest utility is in male. Hold up. Oh, he's gonna get it. Yay! Not to mention that is in mate acquisition, and we're ignoring the problem that's being created by punishing that viewpoint. The utility in mate acquisition. Yes, we're pretending that that's not a thing, and that it's bad, that it's a thing. If it, punishing. Nico, it'll be fine. We can get a predator to defeat the xenopronouns. Also, Kitty, my other comment was saying that getting through Sargon versus Volsh is like eating handfuls of dirt. This video by comparison is the glass of water. Yeah, it's true. It is so true. Reality versus the political, even if there is an intersection between the two. Okay, so wait. What are you talking about there? Changing topic. Reality versus the political. Let's just hope that... Oh, yeah. So reality being the using sex and gender interchangeably versus the actual political stance of which is political. Gender and sex not being the same thing. Let's hope that Predator doesn't then turn on us. I don't like how much he's throwing at her at once. Yeah, he puts it all together and goes this one and this one and this one. This is the problem, where it's like, okay, cool, but we need to get down to the... He shouldn't go to the Bidens and the this and the that. I think that's something that you can bring up as evidence in a later stage in when it becomes relevant. And maybe he doesn't have a sense of her... She does actually say, sorry, it's a bit overwhelming, there's too much. So I think he does slow it down later on. So I think that might be a thing. It looks like he's talking at her. Well, yeah, that's a thing that a lot of people say about Crowd, is that he's talking at you. I think it's also because he will land up being talking at you if you are not at his energy level. So it will be interesting to see a more outgoing person speak to him. Okay, they're gonna kiss. Oh. Shame it's because she can't hear. They make a cute couple. Yeah, it's like a lecture. They do not make a cute couple. Jab, what's up, Jab? Jab, here you go. This is the second one. Shoo, I don't even... Snakes has been... it's between you and Snakes today. Fight, actually. The second mod range comes out. Snakes and Jab fight each other. Okay? See who wins. I mean, you both get it in the end. It's just that one will get at the later stream. Okay, I feel like the whole kids can consent to transitioning is a slippery slope for other things like a kid can... Ooh, that a kid can consent to, right? Which is what they're doing. Someone else, that is a problem. I'm sorry, it is. Oh, it's not that everyone who thinks that that's okay is doing that, but it opens up that loophole, which is stop. Okay, seems similar to how people conflate race and ethnicity. Oh, that's true, because there is biology and society on top of each other. Very interesting. It's the whole great gaslighting Scotsman illogical fallacy. I hope he keeps leaning in closer and closer as the video goes on. How do we fight? What with? Doesn't matter. I will triumph. I'll win. It's over. I don't know, guys. Let's figure out how they'll fight. Are we going to do a... Andrew will decide. He is master. Okay, if Carl can hear, and Carl and Andrew can come up with a trial for them. But if Carl can't hear, and he's too busy, Andrew will do it. But Andrew might also be busy. Nico, you're a mod too. You got to also try. Mods decide on how they will fight. Pandora's box. Hello, Lucy. What is the Pandora's box of what? Of we don't want to... Oh, yes, Pandora's box about the kids. Oh, yes. I'll make a challenge. Okay, cool. Andrew is Master Chief. Whatever he wants to call himself, he can call himself. I don't know. I don't think he would go for Master Chief.
Because we've decided to tear down an institution but have replaced it with nothing. Okay, up at the point where no one can agree on how many genders there are or what we should do with children who are transgender, because we've decided to tear down an institution but have replaced it with nothing.
So, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to... It's very hard to hear.
And please let me know if you don't hear. You need me to repeat myself. I understand.
Yes, sir. Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, I was just saying that... yes,
I can also turn these up. That might
okay.
be nice.
Do you want to? I just don't know if it's going to interfere with the microphone. So let me know if you need me to repeat.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I just think she's so so sweet and just not trying to inflict harm on anyone. And it's so endearing. I think Jab's launch should win. I have sensitive feelings and Knuckles. Well, Jab has limbs. You don't have Knuckles. You're a snake. You're several snakes. People really need to be aware of whether they are using sex gender definitionally or colloquially. It brings to light different meaning in what someone is saying or thinking. Yeah, exactly, Galente. Like, it is okay to be using them interchangeably, colloquially. Okay, it's okay. It's not going to be the end of the world because we can functionally, considering the situation, if it really isn't relevant whether we're talking about sex or gender, like it's fine. Obviously, when it comes to, they're going to speak about that. Like, when it's important to be talking about sex. That's when you really can't. You have to pick the times where colloquial is this a colloquial situation or is it a definitional situation? Because you have those different things. Okay. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Crowder's the Yellowstone of comedians. No, Calvin. Look, he's... I just find him quick-witted and funny. What a nice chat. It is... Were you saying like our chat, PC, or their chat? These two chat... It's a nice chat. I like them. She is sweet, right? Lucy, you get it. I guess Gallop would be difficult for anyone to sift through. I have 4 limbs. That's basically 4 snakes. Oh, okay. Take a stand. Oh, shut up, Stream Elements. Okay, hold on. What is the answer to the meaning of life? Yes, answer. Answer the question. Whoever answers it satisfactorily will win. Okay. And nobody answered the swallow question. That could be a funny clip. Okay, agree. Oh. Yeah, pauses. Sorry, pause requests after pause. I think she was indeed overwhelmed there with a lot of information all at once. So it would be best to go one concept at a time. I think that's fine. Because there's just such good faith between the two of them. You know that she's asking for him to repeat that, not just so that she can get him on tape, on record, saying bigoted things. It's literally, hey, can you just tell me what you meant and what you said? Because I did not hear you, bro. It's perfectly fine. I like that. It is, you know. Oh, Galente. Galente's gonna get the wrench with that answer. You can put the diagram of this debate on a mug and then sell it to Crowder's show. It's a big mug. I think Galente's gonna have to get the. What do you guys think? Galente gets the. Unfortunately, I don't think you're in the running, but good answer. That's what I'm saying. Like the other two, that's a win. Yeah. So Snakes is saying that's a win, but Jab has to. Jab doesn't like Crowder. He doesn't get a wrench. That's glad I come back to my keyboard to see 42 as the answer. Yeah, right? But I guess, Galente, you will be part of the 2 next week, okay? Because I did say it was between Jab. It was just before. So a Jab. Standard. I hope I clicked on Jab because Snakes, it was above. Yeah! Did it! Didn't know I was trying to win something, just memeing. Oh, it's okay. Jab, you got it. Don't worry. Blue chat. Woo! Everybody can time each other out. I wonder if you guys you can blow each other up with the mods.
As long as it doesn't touch my hearing aid, because if it does, it'll be very loud microphone.
Oh, no, and I appreciate you understanding that I need to get close and not being uncomfortable. And I apologize for my breath because I've been talking for 3 hours, so it's probably very...
I completely...
Yeah, you guys, apologies for breath. For my breath. What's it, Axie? I think we'll have to have 2 things here. Other way around. Okay, apologies for my breath. No memes. Snakes did bend the knee. Did he bend the knee? Doesn't have knees.
Probably smells like a turtle cage. No, what I was saying is the idea that gender and sex are separate is very new, and it's not used consistently anymore because...
Okay, so this is his rewording now, rewording in his repeats. Okay, so let's see if his wording is a bit better this time. Sex and gender being...
I completely understand.
Probably smells like a turtle cage. No, what I was saying is the idea that gender and sex are separate is very new, and it's not used consistently anymore because you now have men and women checking, for example, transgender male to females, checking female boxes, not woman boxes on government forms. You have the former president of the United States, Joe Biden, president of the United States, referring to Rachel Levine as the first female 4-star admiral, right, Secretary of Health. They're using biological terms, and the reason for that is that they've always been interchangeable until very recently. That's a very modern change, and I would argue that that's why they're not even able to be consistent with that. So I don't understand the basis for someone saying that gender...
I don't think I agree with that. Okay, yeah, I do. They're using it interchangeably because up until recently, they've been the same thing. But for me, I'm happy that I'm happy to have them not be the same thing. But for it to be understood that they are fundamentally connected, and that's so. I guess you could say they're not completely separate things. And yes, it was a rigid thing. Socially, you had to be male. That meant you had a penis, and female. That meant you had a vagina. And so it meant that if you wear a dress, you have the parts that make you sexually a female. So gender was less bendable, I suppose. Okay. Snakes? Oh, it's a snake. It's a badger. We need a badger now, guys. Forms. Checking forms. Because I'm glad he made that his argument's a lot clearer, because because they've been interchangeable up until recently. They used to be the same thing. Okay, I'm glad you guys are gonna... Oh, look at them. They are gonna separate from sex. The nostalgia, yes, Josh. It's badger.
Gender is separate from sex. If it's not even agreed upon...
Did you also hear the llama song?
...by the left and transgender activists today. But you're a classical liberal in that sense,
Oh,
because
fuck
even though we
off.
disagree, you can sit down,
What did I
express your
do?
point socially.
Female.
Because I didn't realize until very rational fallacy, and of course agree with me.
About biological.
To me, actually, sorry for that, is because
Okay.
no, what I was saying is the idea that gender and sex are separate is very new, and it's not used consistently anymore, because you now have men and women checking, for example, transgender male to females, checking female boxes, not woman boxes on government forms. You have the former president of the United States, Joe Biden, president of the United States, referring to Rachel Levine as the first female four-star admiral, right, secretary.
I don't know how recent you're talking.
Sure.
Would you...
And transgender activists today.
That's what I was...
Basis for someone saying that gender is separate from sex.
So he doesn't understand the basis for it. Okay. So he's basically saying, why are we going to let them be separate things? Basically, do we allow someone to identify as male or female, perform as the opposite sex? Do we allow them to do that? And I suppose the answer is yes, you can do that, fine, whatever, but you also need to then, you are something else. You know, like they carried on about a lot of the argument is, oh, there are two spirits and the two spirits have always existed and whatever. It's like, cool. Then you are a two spirit. Is that okay? Is it not okay for you to claim that identity? Why do you have to pretend, which I don't think is healthy, okay, for you to try? Your body is never going to be the other sex. So treating yourself as a different kind of creature, and I say creature in a positive manner, that you are like a unicorn, you're incredible, and I mean, they're actually fetishized a lot of the time. You are just something else, and there's not, and for me, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're gonna go and start trying to make kids that's a problem. But I'm saying what is wrong with saying that you're a trans man or a trans woman? What's wrong with that? You can't, trans men are men, that whole thing, that's not a thing. That shouldn't be a thing. Because they act as men. And they perform as men, they live as men. But they are not male. And there is nothing bigoted about that. It's just facts. And the big problem and the big argument these days is whether that is bigoted to say or not. And I think it's because it's so sensitive that admitting that sex and gender are related right down to the pants is it was so difficult to get to the point where that was kind of accepted in a lot of progressive society. It was so difficult to get there. Now, if there's anything that seems a little bit like it's going back to the way it was, it's the end of the world. Anyway, this is not a reaction channel. I should continue. I mean, it is a reaction channel, let's be clear.
If it's not even agreed upon by the left and transgender activists today.
Okay, so he doesn't understand the basis for them being separate when that's not. Oh crap, my watch is busy beeping. I need to go and get it. I'm not gonna leave the chair. Hold on, I'm gonna you guys are gonna have a couch stream. No. Hello, hi. I left, not gonna leave the chair. I mean, I'm not gonna leave the chair in the camera, okay? That's what I meant. In view. Play a video. No, I'm not gonna play a video. I'm not. You guys have to wait and think about the video before I play it. I blamed. Hey, Ken starts. Welcome. Hey, me, hello. It's time. It's been a while, bro. Spirits aren't real. The two spirits is some religious gobbledygook. Pro hunter, your girl Kitty. What about otherkin? Yeah, that. Yeah, otherkin. It's me. I'm otherkin as well. One thing to have a performance is the reality. Can't have it both ways. Yeah. The issue is that defining women as whomever performs the social role is that 90% of gay guys would then be considered trans. Exactly. You can't. It's not. It's subtle, isn't it? But the thing is, it's not at the same time. So it's a subtle difference that like a person acting a certain way can sway you one way or the other to think they're this or that. But then when it comes down to it, becomes so simple when it's like, but does this person have this? Is this person, and I think it's the utility that Andrew spoke about, is this person a potential mate or not? And I think that's and that does come down to what's in the pants. Oh my god, there is a vibration of sorts here. Fucking. Okay. Sorry, my phone is going mad. Tumblr for the current situation, the whole gender ideology. Whoa. India was popularized there first. Thanks, Snakes. It's been quite a whirlwind, as you might imagine. I'm joining the stream as I'm working on my dissertation now. Woo! What's your dissertation on? That's why I keep jumping in and out. Okay, no, you know what? You go work. Trying to cover for your lies. When did trans become such a bad word? Yeah, exactly. That they would feel like saying someone being trans man or woman is somehow a bad thing. Did trans become a slur without me knowing? Yeah, it's true. Stop leaving the chair. It gives me Hassan flashbacks. See, now you got a couch. It's different. You haven't missed much. Yeah. Well, I really like Couchly. Have met the Chairly on Metal Commanders team. You skipped the purgatory known as capitalism versus socialism. I almost did the socialism debate with that clip that Stitch and Adam posted. With FD signifier. I almost did that. But then I was like, wait a second. Let's do our change my mind.
So, you say that it wasn't until very recently. I don't know how recent you're talking.
Sure. Yes. Would you like? I can answer.
Yes.
So it actually, and I would encourage you, if you do, you can go research this, because if I provide people my resources, they think I'm just lying, but I make them publicly available. There was someone named Simone de Beauvoir. 1949 was the first person to say that sex is.
So her question was,
I don't know how recent you're talking.
Sure. Yes. Would you like? I can answer.
Okay. How recently are you speaking? Basically, she's asking. Don't know how recently. How? Please tell me how recently. Ding. For reasoning? Well, asks for reason. Ask for. Okay. As a little boy child in the 90s, I put on my sister's dress because I thought it would be funny. I also wanted to be a Ninja Turtle. Good thing my mom and teachers weren't weird and helped me trans. Yeah, listen, I would also have been trans if I was a kid now. In that situation. Because when I was a little kid, apparently I was like, no, I'm gonna be a boy. I want to be a boy, because boys were the people that were getting dirty and playing with the animals and all of that, and I liked doing that. So that's what I was thinking boys were. So why couldn't I do that? Because my sister was a girl. She dressed all pretty and whatever. And I was like, let's ride horses and let's beat up our boy cousin and all of that stuff. And I did have the kind of thing of, I was frustrated with being a woman, but I never ever once did not want to be a woman. But imagine if I had that seed of confusion or that seed of frustration and somebody told me as a child that I am actually a boy in a girl's body. And saying that to a child it shapes them. They can, sure, there's going to be a lot of really messed up children that come out of this past decade. It's really scary. So he's going to say, okay, he's going to data dump. No, I don't want to characterize it like that. Boys were getting dirty and playing with animals. Phrasing, darling. You can time me out for that reason. What's a worthy cause? Save our tomboys, yeah. Although I think I'd go with the Ninja Turtle. Yeah, sounds like you were an average kid. Snakes, me too, yeah, mediocrity. Same, I was such a tomboy and wanted to be a mermaid. Yeah, for cool reasons, right? Not, what was it that you wanted to be a mermaid because you could go and swim in the sea and you would be friends with dolphins? Like that, for me, that would be it. Not about like, oh, because then I'll be as pretty as Ariel. I did get into that eventually, and I would sometimes go, yeah, okay, I dress like trash compared to my sister. I still dress like trash compared to my sister, but whatever. I wore my sister's fairy costume when I was younger. Still am a dude to this day. Are you sure, Jab? Are you sure? Boys are getting dirty. Stop it. Yeah, I had the neat little girlfriend. Not girlfriend, because that's the yucky at the time. Yeah. She was down to play like a boy. She was neat. She's married now with 4 kids. Should have been me. Yeah. That's the thing as well. I think a lot of the tomboys is because also we make better friends with guys than we do with girls. Girls are a bit more difficult to navigate. It's very rarely that I will get on with a girl famously. It's not that I just don't like women. It's just that my very close friends, my very close female friends, they're very particular ones. And I just, yeah, I get along with guys a lot easier. For some weird reason, most of the tomboys I know are married with kids, have a functioning career, and are straight up relentlessly happy. That's great. I'm glad for them. It's because they have they were allowed to have their femininity at the same time as having some masculine traits. There's nothing wrong with that. Take Jab's wrench and give it to me. I'm turning on you now. Kid is sexist confirmed. How?
So it actually, and I would encourage you, if you do, you can go research this, because if I provide people my resources, they think I'm just lying, but I make them publicly available. Started with, there was someone named Simone de Beauvoir, 1949, was the first person to say that sex is biological and gender is societally constructed, right? This was the first time that idea was floated.
Yes.
But it still existed within the binary.
Sorry, I was too busy trying to spell her name.
Sex is biological and gender is societally constructed.
De Beauvoir. Axel he just pooped, so he's jumping around the house. So you're probably going to see something jumping up and down in the background. I was going to say SP, and then I really miss my boom thingy. She says doing this. It just doesn't fit on this desk. So the microphone is right in front of me on a tiny little tripod. And yeah, it's not great. It's biological.
Right. This was the first time that idea was floated.
Yes.
But it still existed within the binary that
yes,
women
still existed within the binary. There is still a binary. There is no such thing as non-binary. Sorry, you can identify yourself as non-binary, but somebody will take you, and when they see you and when you speak, they'll put you on the binary. I'm so sorry. It's not because they're bigoted. It's because, God, it's the way our brains work. We are classifying things all the time. That's how we have language. Our brains are made to classify things, and everybody gets classified, and it does determine how we behave towards each other. Like two men, they size each other up without knowing that they're sizing each other up. It's there is in every interaction with males and females, there is the fact that this man could probably crush this woman very easily. There's something there. It's not that it's immediate. It's that there are forces that govern us. Hey Scum, what's up? We are like 8 minutes into our video and like 5 minutes into the conversation. What's new?
Could identify as men, but
I was doing this. That's not a white supremacist thing. That's a Pornhub sort of
men could
promotion.
identify as women, but not this idea that there were other genders. It was still two. It still existed within the binary that women could identify as men, but men could identify as women, but not this idea that there were other genders. It was still two, but that it was largely societal. It was reiterated by a few other people. Then you may have learned this in college, the John Money twins study. Did you learn that? Where they raised one as a girl, one as a boy?
That's fucking crazy.
So yeah, that was taught. I believe it's still taught in school. I don't know if you know, but both of those boys died. One committed suicide. I believe the other from a drug overdose because he sexually molested them. And the reason that's important is because, as you've acknowledged, that was taught on college campus. If you raise a twin as a boy and a twin as a girl, it was proof that it was societally constructed. But it actually had lethal ramifications. Both of them had all kinds of mental health disorders and ended up offing themselves, which is a tragedy. But it still, even with John Money, existed within the binary. Only until Judith Butler in the 80s and 90s did they say gender is societally constructed, and by the way, there are more than two genders. And it was not created it's not a theory that was floated from scientists, from doctors.
We did, in our gender studies, we did do, you know what sucks is that I kept all of my reading packs initially from psychology, right? And that would be all the journal papers that you were supposed to read for your degree. And I kept them all, and I was like, I'll never need those again, but I want them. Maybe I'll read them again one day. I would love to know what I was reading, because we did do Judith Butler, but we didn't do the multiple genders. We didn't have that sort of. We didn't go to that depth.
Floated from existentialists and feminists, more than two genders. And it was not created it's not a theory that was floated from scientists, from doctors. It was floated from existentialists and feminists. It's not rooted in reality. And before that, gender was really a grammatical term, from the Romance languages. Like I'm French is my first language, or, any of the languages based in Latin, right? All nouns are gendered. So it's a very new theory. It's not like it's something that's been agreed upon for a long time as my first language, or and feminists. It's not rooted in reality. And before that, gender was really a grammatical term, from the Romance languages. Like I'm French is my first language, or, any of the languages based in Latin, right? All nouns are gendered. So it's a very new theory. It's not like it's something that's been agreed upon for a long time. And now we've come full circle where we're using them interchangeably again, because we're calling transgender men to women females. That's a sex term, not a gender term. but those are the terms we use, male to female, right?
Typically, man, woman, male, female are used interchangeably. However, I still do believe that they are both very different, because you say that it's not used a lot today. I'm a pre-nursing student, so we are very much taught that, yes, inherently they are different. I've learned that in my anatomy classes.
Okay, so what she's asserting here, because he's saying it's not taught. Okay, so if she does disagree that it's still taught that they are different things. So still in science that it's taught that it's different. And I say science, the nursing part. Okay, so rebuttal. Okay, she sees that they use interchangeably. She can see that. Hey, Daisy wants to come and say hello. Come, baby, come. Come. She's got wide eyes. She's got crazy eyes. There, you guys get a tail. That's all you get. Big dog. Okay, so what she's refuting here is that it's not it's not as he says when it comes to the state of using these things interchangeably. So in where it matters, they're not used interchangeably. That's what she's saying. Did you oh, she found my hair tie. That's why she's playing. Careful with that gesture, kitty. Well, Nico's around with that as well. So yeah. Anyway, there's so many gestures. I've been streaming for many moons. So there's probably a whole bunch of things that could be taken into a great many that can be taken badly. John Money actually forced the twins to have play sex. Oh my god, no! Can't start. Gotta dip out, try t-shirts with the diagrams. Go merch. Thanks, Kyugetsu. The kids self-deleted then their yeah, they did. Lucy, okay, there we go. Peace. In the medical field, it's important to know if someone is biological. Exactly, Vincent. And I think she will agree with that.
Which it's not touched on a lot because you very much do biological.
Sure. Well, you would have to.
Yes, in psychology, it is very much still taught that they're two very different things.
Okay, so she says that in psychology, it's still taught that they are different. Interesting. That's interesting. I would like to see that because, yes, in my textbooks, it was very different. You would say them differently. That's it. And there was no doubt that gender identity disorder was a disorder. That it's not an optimal way of being. It's a difficult way to exist. Having gender dysphoria is not a joke. It's not a choice either. Race can be important too, but not as much as sex. Yeah, not as crucially as sex. Yeah, race is just like, well, what propensity would you have? It might come down to if a symptom could be this or this. It's more likely that it's this because of race. But sex, it's very much so. It's very important. Yeah, his research. Snakes, that's what Crowd is bringing up here. The saddest part of it was the female twin give interviews about it. And does someone have to die for people to understand this should never be done again? Oh, God, that hurts.
As for...
But can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You said you're in nursing?
Yes.
Is that what you're studying pre-nursing? So...
Okay, so he does interrupt her here. Not cool. I guess this is where you should be. I don't know. I guess it would make her feel very uncomfortable if he was writing notes. But that's where you go, okay, cool, this is the question I want to ask you. You kind of just keep a note of it without interrupting. But he does interrupt. Doesn't let her finish her thought, but I think he knows where it's going. Yeah, he should just let her finish. Although she's basically... She's finished.
They're two very different things. As for...
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah, as for... So, yeah, he interrupts. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, he's very, very high energy. She could have said, let me finish as well, but of course she's highly agreeable.
Yes, sir.
You said you're in nursing? Is that what you're studying
Oh, he called her sir. Oh, he called him sir. She called him sir. Sorry, geez.
Nursing. So, now this matters, right? Because, for example, if someone fills out on a government form right now, they'll fill out their sex and say they're a biological male, but they fill out female. Or when they're admitted to the hospital, right? Often it's a biological term, but if they identify that way, they will often fill out, or legally they can fill out how they identify.
Yes.
Very different metrics, right? As a nurse, as a doctor, you need to know what you're dealing with.
Absolutely. And yes, like you said, on documents now, you can legally do the gender that you identify with,
right.
Which amazing, great step forward for that. But those people do have to make sure that they're like, hey, biologically, this is what I was assigned to at birth, and you treat.
That's, you know what? The wording is horrible. I hate that assigned at birth. No, honey. You were born with this or that, okay? Or several of these things. You know, you were born even intersex. You're not assigned intersex. You're born that way. Okay? This word of assigned, it's like, no, identify. Not even identified. It is what you are. Okay? If they are different, if sex and she, it has conflated them here by saying assigned. Because she goes, if you're assigned this. And you know what? It's not that she believes in that. She clearly understands that, no, wait, it's very great for them that they can do that, but also you need to tell people that what you are biologically. She doesn't believe that to her core, that you need to, you are literally assigned your sex at birth. She's just using the wording because she's been told that that's what you have to do. But that whole assigned at birth, geez, get a fucking life. Seriously? Babies. Have you guys had some babies? Okay, this goes. Agreement. Yeah. Good that people can do that. We're irrelevant, basically. I am gonna say. She says that.
You said on documents now, you can legally do the gender that you identify with,
right.
Which amazing, great step forward for that. But those people do have to make sure that they're like, hey, biologically, this is what I was assigned to at birth, and you treat them, using those metrics. However, that doesn't mean that you don't treat them with respect or treat them any less than how they identify.
In some instances, it's illegal to ask the follow-up question, right? It's
treat them doesn't mean treat them with less respect, which is very true. So that is exactly it. That's what most people are arguing, that sure, it's not disrespectful to find out. Just finding out what you are biologically is not denying your existence. Relax. We literally just need to know what you were born as. Okay? And what's going on. For us to know what doses we need to do and all of that sort of thing. So, and also so that it's kind of disrespectful for you to, just like you would probably want to disclose that you have a gaping hole in your shoulder that's oozed for the past, it hasn't oozed. You were just born with this massive dent in your back, in your shoulder. There's nothing wrong with it. It's never bothered you. But you would say, this is part of who I am. It's not that now you need to be treated like Quasimodo. It's literally you're just telling somebody. Oh God, that was not a good comparison. But what I'm saying is it's like just disclosing any relevant medical condition. Medical configuration. Assigned, yeah. Observed at birth. Yeah, it's like saying, so what if I'm in debt? I was assigned poor income at birth, so I'm a millionaire. Is they also going to be a new gender neutral affectionate term? What, like when you speak to your significant other, hey baby. I'm going to say that because I call Gordon my baby. I'm going to say, hi my baby. Imagine being in the emergency room, life or death situation, using a precious seconds to give the complicated story of finding your gender identity. No, just be like, listen, I got a dick and my dick is hemorrhaging. Blink once if you're male, blink twice if you're female, blink thrice if you're demisexual, blink. Look at Dylan Mulvaney, stunning and brave. They identify as a little girl. Then Bud Light has Dylan do an ad, and VP of the company says they're targeting young drinkers against the wall. Oh God, yes, that's caused a lot of trouble this week, hasn't it? I was assigned AB blood type. My new strain of blood identifies as type O negative, so only use. That's so perfect. I like that. That's a good analogy. That's a much better analogy than what I was talking about. That's brilliant. I like that one. That's a good one. Here we go. My sister was born with a hole in her heart. Oh, both of you guys got holes. Okay, well, you got a sister, and Ty, you've got a hole. What is that like? Is it just what does that mean? What does it do? What are the effects of that?
Discrimination.
What do you mean against a follow-up question?
In other words, if someone comes in who's
any less than how they identify.
In some instances, it's illegal to ask the follow-up question, right? It's discrimination.
What do you mean against a follow-up question?
Yeah, it doesn't mean disrespect. In some cases, okay, counts with expansion. What do you mean? Question of clarity. We're going quite straight. There's literally just one other. There's no real refutation going yet.
In other words, if someone comes in who's biologically a male but identifies as female, if you follow up and say, well, were you born a male? You're actually not allowed to ask that question, depending where you are. In certain countries, that's actually considered discrimination because they identify. Well, even in certain areas, there have been lawsuits in the United States that are right now going up to the Supreme Court. And I think that matters. For example, we now hear men can get pregnant. You know, as a nursing student, it's not true. Men cannot get pregnant.
Again, it's very different because if you view men only from a biological standpoint and not just how they identify, then
Okay, I want to know whether she's with this or not. She's trying to hold both positions at the same time, so I wonder what she's gonna end up at the end of this. Constant whistling sound. Is there a but darling. I was like, is there a whistling sound? What's happening with my mic? You'll die unless you identify as still living, lol. I think nurses or doctors would ignore a follow-up question if it means not having a malpractice suit. It's true. Consider a gentle tap to the like for a kitty. Yes, thank you. Please listen to the snake. Snakes. Oh, get it? Oh my god. Okay. I might roll out the comment into a comic strip I'm working on. Please do, and then share it. That's exactly what you do. Yes, and we will share it on all of our socials. Someplace say, okay, I wasn't writing a lot in the, or I was writing, but I was doing it quite well with the Lawrence Southern thing, even though there was a lot of information being spewed by Lawrence. It's just that a lot of it was irrelevant, but there's lots of relevant points made here, even though some of them are repeated. So I'm trying to be faster, but at the same time, I sort of want to be thorough. Some places say not allowed. Where are you born? Female. And oopsie. Then also here some countries, some lawsuits in USA seen as discrimination. Also, we hear men can get pregnant. Okay, so I don't know. I guess he's bringing this up because he's saying, look, it is happening. You might say that you're being taught one thing in varsity or whatever, but it is happening out there that sex and gender are being conflated. Sorry. Question for clarity. Ugh. I'll put that here. Which question? Sorry. Just normal answers, not aggressive. I'm actually quite peckish.
sure, biologically males cannot be, but
Right.
if you identify as a male, but you have female reproductive organs, then yes, you can't get
But
pregnant.
if they go into your hospital, and
They
this
go into my
happened, let's
hospital?
say you're a nurse, they go into your hospital, right?
This was a good
And they
example.
identify as a woman even though they're a man, and they take a pregnancy test. Well, if a woman
Actually, which one? I heard one the other day. It was I am I'm having my period or something like that, where a trans woman comes in and says, I need to have a hysterectomy. And then you just go, I mean, it wouldn't get that far, but it's an example, like you don't go and just cut the person open. and then find, wait, there's no uterus in here. Because let's just say this person is very well put together, very well transitioned. You're not going to go and have, well, I suppose you would have a vaginal exam if you needed some sort of hysterectomy. But the point is, if we're going to use a practical example where it is very relevant what is inside your body. We'll give you a seat at this chat, but we do not grant you the mark of mod. Now take a seat, young snake. This sounds like mental illness. Just because there are rare exceptions doesn't mean we should change all language. Example, women can get pregnant and give birth, but not always. Yeah. That was another just a thing where people were, it's like, oh, well, some women can't get pregnant, so you can't define it that way. It's like, okay, no, you still have the equipment, and you still can't impregnate someone. There's a lot more to it than just having babies. You can't impregnate someone. Sorry, unless you got a turkey baster or some shit like that. Just hold up.
Can't get
But if they go into your hospital, and this happened, let's say,
males cannot be, but
right.
if you view men only from a biological standpoint.
So she's just saying, yeah, she just keeps continuing with the, yeah, if you see men in from a biological standpoint, they can't get married, they can't. If you see, if the person as a man is able to get pregnant, yes, a man can get pregnant. You know what's interesting is I do think that this is how many people think, okay? They don't realize how little sense the way that they are working, the way that they're operating out in life. They say the words, they use assigned at birth, whatever. Just accept. And go through without noticing. It makes no sense until confronted with circumstances where it is impossible. Okay, yeah. So that's where I'm at with that. Some people don't have legs, but if someone asks you how to get from point A to point B, you tell them to walk. Exactly. It doesn't mean that people that have no legs don't exist. That's the thing. That's very extreme. It's black and white thinking, which is actually part of disordered thinking. So don't think that way. A romance. Oh, what's happening? Are they loving each other? What's this? Where's the romance? Yes, master. Oh, that's a kinky romance. Sounds. I'm trying to make something that satirizes the insane antics of the modern day, but trying to be more smart with it. Trying not to make the generic stone toss type of comics. Really put my brain to work. Well, that blood type one is really good. I think Matt Walsh used that example. Yes, that's the one, Josh. I think I was listening to. I think it was through Unapologetic that I was watching her review what Matt Walsh was saying. Look, Matt Walsh is extreme, but when it comes to protecting children, I'm with him. Let's protect the kids. I think use the example trans women saying they haven't had their period yet, or literally Mr. Garrison from Soundpark. Yeah. This is getting kind of weird, by the way. How you doing? Okay. Doing good. What you wearing? Oh my god, you guys. Some people don't have legs. Yeah, exactly, Kitty. Just accepting and regurgitating ideas, phrases uncritically, and we're all susceptible to that. You know why? Because we just don't want to have that conflict. We don't want to be assholes. It doesn't matter. You just go along to get along. You should just get along to go along. Either way, it's not that you are like, it's not that your principles are highly offended most of the time. You're just like, okay, well, let me just do this thing and say this thing, and it's so much easier not to have that conflict. But it seems like a lot of the time now, because the conflict is coming towards you, where everything is now problematic, everything you do can be misconstrued as problematic. People are also sensitive to now those concessions. There are people that are becoming more sensitive to having to do certain things differently. But still, most people will just use the common parlance. Yeah, so just explanation. Okay, if you see in biological standpoint, the conviction. Okay. Bigoted or something. So that's like a bigoted or something? Oh, forbidden love. Four-limbed snake would be with a one-limbed snake. I've consented to nothing. Yeah, but you... Actually, no. No doesn't always mean no, guys. Okay, what does he say here?
And not just how they identify, then sure, biologically males cannot be, but if you identify as a male, but you have female reproductive organs, then yes, you can't get pregnant.
But if they go into your hospital, and this happens. So let's say you're a nurse. They go into your hospital, right? And they identify as a woman even though they're a man. And they take a pregnancy test. If a woman tests positive, that could mean she's pregnant. A man tests positive largely means he has testicular cancer, right? But they don't tell you that they were born a male or a female. This is something that we are facing in our medical establishments right now. That's why Johns Hopkins said we won't perform the sexual reassignment surgery. You just saw this from the NHS in the UK. They have a problem with it. They removed language from their website because they're finding that there are serious health consequences that come along with this. And I would say, I understand, I think I understand where you're coming from. I think you're an empathetic person. And I would say this. I am coming from a place of I don't hate anyone who's transgender. I do see an astronomical suicide rate, both pre and post-op.
Okay, so now he goes on to another plane. So I don't understand why we're going to that point. But I guess he's just moving on. Because there's actually... I mean... You would want to go further into this. But he goes into the suicide rates and all of that. But he's taken this whole accepting language and all of that, because she's just saying, well, it's not that people don't understand what is required of them in this clown world. It's that it's clown requirements, okay? So she completely understands, oh, well, when you do this, then it's this. When you do this, then it's this. And you know what? All the people that, landed up leaving the left, they were all like that. And then they did something that just made sense. And then they got yeeted out. They became bigoted. Misogynismus, sexismus, racismus, all of the things just happen whether you like it or not. So he brings up the going medical hospital. Bring example of need to let people your biological sex. I'm going to say this biological. of differences in the body. High. Was it progesterone? In female. Pregnant, right? Pregnant? Testicular cancer. Important. Also name drops. Johns Hopkins. Not refusing. On kids. I think it had, did they say on kids? Test positive.
Because they're finding that there are serious health consequences that come along with this. And I would say, I understand, I think I understand where you're coming from. I think you're an empathetic person. And I would say this, I am coming from a place of, I don't hate anyone who's transgender. I do see an astronomical suicide rate, both pre and post-op.
Yeah. So I would say that's a deviation. Okay, so he deviates from his own point. Go up. Like it's a different topic altogether now. I'll actually make a circle because this is a new topic. Pre and post op suicide. Okay. Transphobismus. The Kipples dude left the left. He was full of making her in his bathtub and claimed he sold it to minors over Discord. Making what? Heroin. He's an alt-right podcast. Is the bot trying while knowing that saying this while not knowing that she's already taken a break? I haven't taken a break while I've been speaking. Yeah, Vincent, also hope you're okay, homie. I'm hungry. I don't understand it. And there's no snacks. Let's get to 15 minutes and then I will go and get a piece of bread.
See that as an issue that is not solved through transition.
However, I don't think, again...
Okay. Pre and post suicide rates are bad. Okay, so just go on. Problem. Okay, she thinks something. Please let her speak, Stephen.
I don't think that is necessarily it is a transgender issue because transgender youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than those cisgender youth. And transgender youth, I don't think that is necessarily it is a transgender issue because...
Okay, so that's not necessarily I don't know what it's not necessarily, but she goes to it's a transgender issue. I wonder what she was thinking there. Transgender issue. I think it's 4 times Okay.
Transgender youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than those cisgender youth, and that's a very big problem. And I'm sorry, it was so
No, that's okay. I know.
And
Hey guys, sorry.
Yeah, they're so disrespectful. I'm just gonna note the screaming. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but I'm just going to get a sticker. Sticker. No, not stickies. Where? There we go. I'm gonna go to sticker. Yeah. No, come on. Come on, Miro, you can do it. I'll scream. Wait, I'm gonna say, nope. Speaker loud. Okay, let's just do this. Oh, I like that exclamation point, but whatever, Chinsia, this is really not necessary. Rude people. This is just also just to note, like, this poor woman is in quite a stressful situation. Okay, just go over there. Oopsie.
She has hearing aids. She has hearing aids, and it kind of sets them off. Could you just? That's why I have to lean in. It causes them to buzz. Okay, that's fantastic. Is that okay that I asked them that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I have a relative over here, and I know it can just be painful. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't mind. It's just I am all over the place.
No, I understand.
So as a okay, that's okay. Yeah, sorry. I just wasn't expecting to be experiencing that.
That's because you're
today.
you're an adult.
Yeah, I was not expecting to be like, oh, she wears hearing aids. So I didn't know that we were still doing that in the 21st century.
Oh,
but it's okay.
was it because you said it was hurting you with the hearing aids? I'm sorry, you're upset. Like,
No, I don't mean you. I just mean like other people being like, oh, well, she wears hearing aids.
Oh, shame. I also thought that okay, wait. You guys have you guys heard me say oh shame? Because that's a South African thing. I don't know if I've explained it. We say shame a lot. And we don't mean it in shame. Shame. We mean it in aw. That's what we mean. She's actually disturbed by this. I think she was actually quite upset about it. Just right. All over the place. People didn't think. Stephen apologizes. I do want to note his apology. He thinks he's offended her, so he's like, I'm sorry. Only mentioned it cause because I know doesn't mean you, Stephen. It's not all about you, Stephen. Okay. Not you, other people. Those students must have been assholes.
And so I'm just like, I do.
Oh, no, I was just asking them to stop yelling.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm just listening to what they're saying because I can't hear them with me.
Oh, you can hear them?
Yeah.
Is that one of those where you can hear further away, but up close is distorted?
So, it's just
I just want to put a little summary. Actually, I should have done that. I should have made a gray block. But I do want to note that he often makes an effort to talk about something beyond the debate with the person. like he will often try to relate to them. So spends time asking about what kind of okay, let's go. What the hell was that? The scream? Yeah, what the fuck? Time for a safety meeting. Oh no. Last saw he did a postcast with stone shoe on head and was wearing an autism meme hat. There's an autism meme hat? That's hard. With sunglasses looking like a Unabomber. Oh my god. I'm sorry, not everything is about me. More annoying than anything else, but it's Learning Hospital. Not the fun like in Scrubs. Oh yeah. I want to watch Scrubs again, actually. Unrelated. Okay, let's see.
So like your voice is a little bit lower, and I have a hard time understanding lower voices.
Oh, okay.
So yes, sir.
I can make it higher when I get very worked up. It goes up high like this if it helps, but I try and keep it calm. So
yes, I completely understand. I think this should just be a very calm conversation. Yes, historically, transgender youth, especially in sentences performed by things such as like the Trevor Project, it's seen that transgender youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than their cisgender counterparts, and that goes even higher with people of color, especially Native American/Indigenous people. And while that is there, I don't think that is they're committing suicide, because I may be 100% misinterpreting what you were saying, how you meant that whenever you said it, but it came off as though you meant that in a way of like they're committing suicide because they're transitioning.
Yeah, well,
in the sense of like they're almost being forced to transition.
No, you listen.
Yeah, I like that. She's not doing that. She's not doing it maliciously, in my opinion. When she asks what he means, kind of thing. She's like, oh, well, I'm just trying to like I don't feel that as malicious. Like you could say. So you're saying she didn't Kathy Newman him. She's just like and yes, you can do that horribly passive aggressive. It sounds like you're saying this and this and this. It's like, well, no, she's literally saying this is what it sounds like. Is that what it means? And that's what a conversation's about. Agrees. She agrees. Conversation. Okay, repeat stats. Stats. Also, I just want to put a line here. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, here we go. And you can be a wavy line. And dotted. Okay. Cool. Pizza side stats. Okay, we're at 15 minutes, guys. I do need to get a piece of bread, but I will not leave the video on. I will make you look at the BRB screen. We have to feed the kitty. The kitty is hungry. She cannot function without carbs. Come on, Chat Coon. We need to type things to help out a kitty. Also hit the line. Yes, type all the things. I have the tisms. And I'll have you know, I'm not offended by that at all. What is it? That sounds uncharacteristic form I've seen. What? I mean, this disrupt talks, but sloganeering and shouting BS might have worked back in the 1950s, but we have a tiny phone, cameras, and social media to share their antics. Why do they think that would work? They want to they want to be louder. That's all. Literally, they just want to be louder than Crowder. We're the house tour. There's not much to tour that doesn't involve my husband. And that's just not going to happen. Okay, I need to go and fetch my coffee. But no, you're going to look at the chair. Just hold on. I need to do something for you guys before I go to I go and get my coffee. Don't know if you'll be able to see that. Oh, it's not working. There you go. Oh my god, you guys. I didn't put the coffee cup under the coffee machine. So it's the angry face now. My face fell off. Please do pay respects with the Fs. I've just, yeah. Okay, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh no, ChairNet is angry. It's gonna subjugate us all. Okay. I'm gonna let this play a little while I eat.
Let me clarify what I meant.
Okay.
Because I've sit down with a lot of people today, and the argument is consistently, well, it's because of the mistreatment. But and actually, the studies that I've seen are much higher than even 4 times. 4 times is bad enough, right? It's tragic. But actually, there have been studies, Swedish studies that show it's 19 times, 18 to 19 times more likely. But the number is the same both pre and post-op. And here's my issue, and I tried to discuss this earlier. American slaves, I think we would both agree, were mistreated, right?
Yes.
They didn't have they didn't have the same attempted suicide rate. Jews in the Holocaust didn't have a 4-time suicide rate, not even close. Americans pre-civil rights, what I'm saying is people who have been discriminated against and truly, I think we would both agree, abused and mistreated. Even if you go to gays, for example, in the United States in the 80s during the HIV epidemic, right, where they were very stigmatized, they didn't have anywhere near this attempted suicide rate, and it exists both pre and post-op. And the reason that I bring it up is
I wonder if people think that these things are too unrelated. To compare these suicide rates. But it's because the claim is that because of the mistreatment from society, the suicide rate is higher. If that's the claim, then we're going to look at other groups that were mistreated, that are mistreated, if we're going to say are. Now, we can say that slaves, we go to the Holocaust, we go to slaves, because those are legitimately not, objectively, not misinterpretedly, they were mistreated. They were badly treated. It's horrific things happened. And even they weren't committing suicide at that rate. And I think that does have some significance. To say, okay, this is a serious psychological problem. And maybe transition isn't the miracle that it's sold to be. At the moment, it's very much sold as if it's going to solve all your problems. Hit the couch, Lee. Why are they? Oh, hey, Ghost. They're so close because she's got hearing aids. Her hearing aids work in a certain way that, yeah, she needs him to speak much closer to her. Yeah, you know what? Steven Crowder is a boomer in the way that he says that. The gays. It's the same thing as people go, the blacks, the whites. No, gay people. I mean, literally, it's the best. The least you can do is just say, descriptor people. Because they're still people. I don't know, it just feels so horrible to me when people say it that way. Like, I know the joke. Yeah, it is soup. Kava, I was thinking about you today. I was like, where the fuck is Kava? Good to see you. It's coffee soup. And I'm having coffee flavored bread. I know. I'm sophisticated. Sophisticated. The Jab, what's up, Jab? Seems a bit fallacious because other groups didn't have the same type of mental health issues as the trans community. I think that is his point. The suicide rate is because of the mental health issues. I agree with you there, Ghost. Not because of mistreatment. So you can't blame only society. There's no denying that society is part of the pressures that somebody experiencing gender dysphoria, part of the pressure comes from the way society is. But that doesn't mean that people are out there trying to make people Minecraft themselves. Do X or I'll self-delete, a textbook manipulative behavior. Yeah. Same, Kitty makes me uncomfortable. What makes you uncomfortable, Dee? I'm trying to think of what you meant by which same. I'm trying to think of what I was thinking. Oh, it's not unrelated. In black communities, suicide is looked down on, which is why it barely happens here. People call it going out like a punk. Yeah, it's a cop-out. It's cowardly. Yeah. You're supposed to suffer through life. Even if you're suffering, you're supposed to suffer through it. So, yeah. Minecrafting yourself is overrated. Yeah, one of the things of with Minecrafting yourself is just think about the kind of despair somebody has to be in for them to think that the loss that they will inflict on their family members is better than inflicting themselves upon their family members. It's insane. So it's not good in any way. Whether you're doing it or you want to do it, it's not good for anyone. I think we can all agree on that. You were traveling last week? Well, you did not get a permit. Did you get a license for that travel? No license. Almost done. So you see, Andrew, we did get to eat with Kitty. My study of Greek tragedy, a common theme through them all is wisdom comes through suffering, whether we like it or not. Walk the eightfold path. Yeah, one of the things I think suicide is most connected to a lack of close familial relationships and isolation. Having the LGBTQ community isn't enough to replace that. Yeah, it's true. Because you know what? With that being a community, you actually lose your individuality. And it can become like, I'm not saying that community, any community that is based on something that's actually quite it's only one aspect. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like, it's quite simple. Oh, we're related in that we both like the same kind of genitals. We're in a sexual manner. That's not something that makes you a community. So I mean, you can relate on certain things for sure. We connect on things we have in common with people. That's how humans are wired. But I can imagine any sort of community that is based on something that simple. When you have different opinions to the majority, you will feel like you're less than. You're supposed to be a certain way. You are simplified, you're reduced to this group, and if you don't conform, it's painful. I think it doesn't matter what community you're in, you can be failed by it. That's why family is a smaller version. It's a closer version. Family is way more superficial. Thank you, Josh. That's it. Exactly the word. Yeah, and lack of familial relationships, isolation. Because if you are isolated or your familial relationship is so distorted that you honestly, whether or not it's for real, whether you're going to inflict pain and suffering on your family, whether or not they will miss you or think you're a piece of shit or whatever, you see it that way and you will off yourself. So anyway, all we're saying here is if that's ever what you're thinking about, don't. Just don't. It's always better to be alive. Because there's just, you don't want to give up. What's interesting is that it's often talking about personally. Often you go, oh, well, guess I'll just die then. You're like, well, actually you can't. And so that's the end of it. You can't go further than that. But anyway, let's not deny that being able to go as far as hurting yourself in that manner does indicate a large amount of psychological distress. It is not normal. It's not for you to take that action. There is a high. It must be excruciating for that to be something that happens and is prevalent in your community, in your demographic. It means that this is not just a way of being, that it's a choice, that, oh, okay, I can now decide that I'm going to go and do this, and it's just the community, that the people, that society that's doing this to me. It's like, no, it's got an entire internal struggle that you have that becomes excruciating. And no matter how much love and acceptance you get from people, one stranger giving you the the wrong sort of look. That can make you spiral into the depths of despair. So, okay, we're getting into it. I want to dice a bit, but I know it could be better in time. Sometimes it just gets too much for people. Yeah, it does. I honestly don't get angry with people for ever having those feelings. It's like, of course, you know what I love. One of the things I loved about Jordan Peterson's when you spoke about suffering in life, it's like, well, of course we have so much that we could be absolutely insane and worried about, for sure. Life is horrible, but we just keep at it. Look at us doing something like this video and examining human interpersonal relationships and stuff. It's so, like, let's just take the Vosh debate. Absolutely excruciating, but it's a human experience that we've had together. And that's what life is. Okay, guys, let's try and get back into it. I'm sorry, I have led us astray. Anyway, let's see where we are. I will catch up with chat and then we will continue the video because we have to finish this and we have an hour and a half. So let's go. I suppose it's possible that trans people may not have had the same degree of mistreatment from broader society as other groups throughout history, but they have a more adverse reaction due to their poor mental states. That's exactly what I was trying to word is jab is even if you have a great support system around you, whatever, any type of slight, because you are, same thing with like with borderline personality disorder. The slightest thing can make you feel like the worst thing in the world. So it's not you can't blame society for that when you at least can't deny that the brain and the psyche is what is having a problem there. But I myself with tisms, agoraphobia, ADHD, depression, and anxiety, I'm in 30s and felt this way since I was 11. I'm still here. And we like that you are here, Ghost, Snakes, and Ghost, all of you. But we like that you are here. Stay here, please. I looked at Ghost's name when I was saying that. It's not that I confused you. I just said what was in front of my eyes. It's not like the gays connect with each other because of that. They'll still form groups of friends based on other interests or shit. Yes, exactly. They become a collectivist and relate themselves on the same level as each other, even by the lowest, most vile, is someone you have to juxtapose yourself with. That's the cult-like nature of it. Yeah, because it's so superficial. Maybe the trans people IRL, it's a bit different because they're so rare, they'll just cling to any they find. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I think that's something, Ghost, where you just, because this is the only person that's going through something similar than you. And actually just think about what has happened in the current climate, because it's always been a difficult thing to be, and now there's a lot of trans trenders. And say you are someone with real deep dysphoria, and then you've got somebody who's just, they also have such an androgynous body naturally that they can go and just perform their other gender very easily, and all of that. If that's the only person available to you, and they are not actually not connected to you in the way that you think they are not going through all of the things that you're going through or feeling the same way that you do, but you think, so you start thinking, wait, I guess I'm just not correct. And yeah, that's all you have available to you. But yeah, it's such a, anyone who comes through, who merges their body with their identity, and like it seems like that's what Blair White has done, is that she knows she's not a female, a woman, but she's still a she. And that's very clear. And she's still herself, and it's not, she has so much more than her gender. and her sex. She has more than that. And it seems like that's the healthiest way, is that where you merge your state, your physical state with the way you feel as your personality. You accept yourself. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm speaking a lot. Gay people have a high suicide rate, but I think it's due to family. Yeah, I think with the gay people, it depends. Your family more than society these days is the problem. Transition is just so catastrophic for a family and personal relationships. Yeah, it's a big change in people's lives, and it's something that everybody has to go through with that person, if they're willing to. A lot of people transition and then lose all their relationships, have to form new ones in the midst of this distress. Yeah. Also, people are biologically predisposed to those kind of thoughts. Yeah, exactly. They can go to those depths. A lot of people can't actually go to those depths. They can't even imagine. That just doesn't practically make sense. So why would I go there? That's the thing. Wouldn't call it human. Misery loves company. Lol, brilliant. Hugs all around, everyone. Yes, we all love each other. All hugs around. Seriously, I want. Are we back? We're back. Okay. I was basically saying I want everyone to have love and hugs. Okay. I hope Jab saw my last comment and feels bad for stealing my wrench. Oh my god, she confused me with somebody else. I'm gonna do it. Snakes. Don't worry, the kitty will relent at some point. I'll get you eventually. And hotter than most women. What's this? Once again. Oh, you're talking about Blair, right? Once again, props to the kitty for the pause to play ratio. Some proper e-fapping stuff going on here. Yeah, long kitty is a thing. You called me my love. I'm sinking in. Oh gosh, you guys. Okay, almost done here.
Because I think that you're a kind person. I think you're obviously a respectful person, but limited time I've had with you. I think it's misframed, for example, where people think if I say the solution in the 80s during the
yes,
they didn't have it. Let's 4 times. Yeah, well,
in the sense how you meant that is there. I don't, and that goes even higher with people of color, especially Native American gender youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than their cisgender counterparts, and that goes even higher with people of color, especially Native American / Indigenous people. And while that is there, I don't think that is they're committing suicide, because I may be 100% misinterpreting what you were saying, how you meant that whenever you said it, but it came off as though you meant that in a way of like they're committing suicide because they're transitioning.
Yeah, well,
in the sense of like they're almost being forced to transition.
No, this is that's not. Let me clarify what I meant.
Okay.
Because I've sit down with a lot of people today, and the argument is consistently, well, it's because of the mistreatment. But and actually the studies that I've seen are much higher than even 4 times. 4 times is bad enough, right? It's tragic. But actually there have been studies, Swedish studies that show it's 19 times, 18 to 19 times more likely. But the number is the same both pre and post-op. And here's my issue, and I tried to discuss this earlier. American slaves, I think we would both agree, were mistreated, right?
Yes.
They didn't have the same attempted suicide rate. Jews in the Holocaust didn't have a 4-time suicide rate, not even close. Americans pre-civil rights, what I'm saying is people who have been discriminated against and truly, I think we would both agree, abused and mistreated. Even if you go to gays, for example, in the United States in the 80s during the HIV epidemic, right, where they were very stigmatized, they didn't have anywhere near this attempted suicide rate, and it exists both pre and post-op. And the reason that I bring it up is because I think that I think you're a kind person. I think you're obviously a respectful person, but limited time I've had with you. I think it's misframed, for example, where people think if I say the solution is not transitioning or changing the entire societal structure to limitless genders, it's not because my heart doesn't break for these people. It's because it doesn't work. It's not because of societal mistreatment, and transitioning doesn't make it any better. it may make it worse.
Okay, it's a very interesting viewpoint to have. Again, I don't necessarily agree with it, and I say this as a because I'm a queer person and I grew up in Bible Belt, Texas.
Okay, so the solution to transitioning may make it worse. I love that she is queer, but she's not like, oh well, fuck you. She's like, it's like, wow, it's a person with clarity that goes, that's an interesting point of view. Okay, she understood it. She went and took the time and understood it. Didn't shout at him and said, well, I don't agree. And you know what? I think that's the least you can do. Okay, if you're not going to change your mind, the least you can do is understand what the other person is saying. Or at least explain why the other person is not making sense. But yeah, you don't have to yell. Even though I yell a lot, but that's in review. It's not in the actual moment. So I just want to make sure I've got all of the stuff that Stephen pointed out here. Number is the same for both pre and post-op. People say this because of societal mistreatment. I just want to get that, not because of society, transitioning is changing. Oh, wait. Because I think that you're,
I think you're a kind person. I think you're obviously a respectful person, but limited time I've had with you. I think it's misframed, for example, where people think if I say the solution is not transitioning.
Okay, the solution isn't transitioning. May make it worse. Or changing society to have infinite. Doesn't mean you don't care.
And I say this as a because I'm a queer person and I grew up in Bible Belt, Texas. I grew up in South Texas. I grew up with very conservative family members, very religious people, and so I've experienced a lot.
Sorry about the wobbly.
A lot of mistreatment, and so I completely understand. I can see that aspect of it because I have that viewpoint.
Right.
Whereas people perhaps like you may not, and that was very polarizing. I apologize for that.
No, I understand. And actually,
I love that so much that she's like, and you know what? Oh, yeah, like the difference here between her saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry" and whatever. When Vaush says it, it's like he goes and he's listing the things. So look, I said sorry here. Therefore, you can't say that I'm a this or I'm a that. I said the words. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. Like he says it in the most passive-aggressive, disgusting manner. And I honestly think here she was really like, oh, so sorry that came out wrong. You know, that the way that sounded. She literally means it. It's like, oh, look. That's why I say, oh, because it's like, it's just sweet to see somebody who actually gives a shit about what they, like, you know, that actually is doing these things out of true feelings, not doing it to be manipulative. That's what's so pure about this human. She is, sweetie. She's maybe. She's like, oh, God. And, like, when somebody is not... She's telling you her thing. She's like, look, my experience, I can understand because I had the mistreatment. And people like you probably don't understand, so you don't understand that. So it's basically she's saying, well, you think the mistreatment couldn't be the reason people are committing suicide. You think that because you haven't experienced it before. But what he has done with his slave argument is, look, probably nothing, let's say, okay, on average, things people experience today, not the same as what slaves were experiencing, and they still didn't commit suicide. So that is why he brought that up. That's the point that he's using. It's not about, oh, you need to understand that it's such a bad experience. That's why you're misinterpreting the stats. It's like, no. look at these stats compared to this? Doesn't that indicate something to you? And I wonder if that I haven't gone past this section of the video, so I wonder what Stephen does with this. Okay, queer person in the Bible experience mistreatment. Word, and I'm just gonna someone like you probably wouldn't understand. Okay, it comes back to the oppression Olympics.
A lot of mistreatment, and so I completely understand. I can see that aspect of it because I have that viewpoint.
Right.
Whereas people perhaps like you may not, and that was very polarizing.
Did she say colorizing or polarizing, guys? Colorizing or polarizing? People like you. I think it's people. And she apologizes. That was so polarizing. I can't, my heart, because of how horrible everything else that we've looked at is. It just makes my heart so warm. Like, I'd completely disagree with her. She would probably really, really disagree with me as well. But, oh, it doesn't matter. She's just a great person. We could be friends if she'd have me. Polarizing. Well, if it says polarizing, the subtitles come from basically the transcript, so I don't know, I was laughing at what Jab said. What did Jab do? Hey, I want to fight. What's Kava doing? Oh god, guys. She seems like a really timid person with a lot of empathy. I can relate unless it's towards Jab. Wow, you just took a jab at Jab. We're going to fight in real life. Oh no. Hey, I want to fight. Kava it's gonna be a cage match. Actually, Kitty's right. I shouldn't call him a grifter. I should be nice. Who's a grifter? Crowder. It's because Crowder's a grifter? I explained part of the reason earlier. What's happening? Oh god. Don't worry. Relent at some point. Once again, props to Kitty for the pause play. You call... I'm thinking long Kitty. Yeah. Explain part of the reason from that earlier. What did Kaval say? Is just so catastrophic. Okay. It's because Crowder's a grifter. They are lovers close. What a sweetie. She seems really timid, you know? We're going to... Yeah, so where are you going to fight? Where and when? Somebody needs to film it. I explained to my kids that persons have a sex, not a gender. Objects have a gender, not a sex. They are dehumanizing us into things. Ooh, that's interesting, Captain. I like that. That's an interesting... I've never heard that kind of characterization. Because in language, objects have gender. Interesting. I explained that to my kids that persons have sex, not a gender. Objects have a gender, not a sex. They are dehumanizing us into things. That's a deep thing to discuss there, because I agree with it. And now I'm like, I want to twist it into all kinds of forms to see if it applies everywhere in all the instances. Because, yeah, that's what happens when I'm like, that sounds good. And then, so if somebody will refute that, I'll be like, oh, okay. But it really does, from that point of view, that really does sound like it would apply everywhere. Objects have gender, not... I like that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Kaval versus Kitty. I want to see blood. What? Why me versus... Hey, Why? Not. She wants to fight you guys, not me. Sending mixed signals. Oh God. I'm sending perfect signals. Pumpkin. Oh God. Audio equipment is heavily dependent on gendered language. Audio equipment. Oh, it is. Male to female. Well, actually, all cabling is very sensitive to language, gendered language. Leave our love alone, Kitty. Nobody asked me whether you could do this in my chat. There was no consent granted. No, I'm very happy. I love love. Go ahead and love. Love all over the place. Phrasing. Sorry, that was so polarizing.
Apologize.
No, I understand. And actually,
but, people from your viewpoint, perhaps.
Yay! He didn't interrupt her. I'm glad he didn't interrupt her. He could have interrupted her there. Avoids interrupting. Okay. Kitty, you hold no more power. I've given you guys too much power. I mean, I could take it away, but...
Perhaps may not be able to see it, but I do know a lot of queer people do have a lot more of those issues. Not necessarily, but it was because how they were treated, which is why, again...
I think that she's saying that she was going to say not necessarily because... I think she was saying, and not... because... It was because of how they were treated. I think that goes back to the comment where we were saying that people that have these, have dysphoria and things like that are more sensitive to anything in the world. So she might have said that. I don't think anybody would pretend that the world is absolutely perfect and peachy and it's not easier to be straight. Nobody is going to pretend that that's the truth, but definitely it's not just society. So I think she was going to say not because they were... Let's just go back here.
You know, a lot of queer people do have a lot more of those issues. Not necessarily, but it was...
Not necessarily, yeah. Not necessarily. A lot more of those issues. Queer people have a lot more of those issues, not necessarily. Okay, just going to say because they are queer. Alludes back to point. Than it being simply society. Okay.
Because how they were treated, which is why, again, I don't necessarily agree that it...
Snakes, you've been groomed by Jab because he's got the power.
is because it is of transitioning.
Well, what I'm saying is, for example, and I would like to go.
But it was because how they were treated, which is why, again, I don't necessarily agree that it is because it is of transitioning.
Well, what I'm saying
That's
is,
not
for
what he's
example, and I would like to go back to the term queer, where you can probably educate me.
Okay, because yeah, she said I don't agree. They are transitioning, which is not Crowder's argument. It's not that. That's not what his argument is, but she understood that, but she's gone back to that thought because that's just how it feels. He's arguing. He's very clearly said that that's not it, but he goes, okay, I actually want to. I'm gonna bring this right down so that we can. How has this not been in the middle? I've like placed all this funny. Okay, come down here. And over here. This, you guys gotta be together. Because if I move y'all around, where's group? Group him. Not a frame. Group there, okay. No. Undo. Don't lock. Don't unlock. Sorry about that. Must have hurt your ears. Just trying to check if you're awake. Yeah. Crowder is taking us on another journey. Okay. You get to be curvy. And also you need an end. Okay, go back to the thing. Queer. One concept board. Concept out. Go back to the term. Concedes that you could probably educate me. So he does give that ground to, it's kind of like bowing to show respect. So that it's not conflict. It's playing nice. He's playing nice. He's playing by the rules.
Because it means different things to different people. And honestly, I feel sometimes that I don't get a handle on it.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I've had two queer people sit down and they both argued about what it meant. And I'm like, I'm just going to step out of this one. But I will say this. I was raised, I am a Christian, more conservative, but I was raised in socialist Quebec in public schools. Where, and also I was dual citizen, but I was raised from 3 to 18 in Canada. And I will tell you this, we actually have something called the Ligue des Langues, meaning the language police, and where they would actually enforce. I was forced, for example, to go to all French schools until the 3rd grade where they thought I was learning disabled. And
okay. So, okay, he's taking this, whoopsie. Okay, and then also make a joke. Means something different to everyone. Can't get a handle on it. See how you're allowed to admit something? I know that might be considered hiding your power level or something. It's just that in human interactions, you're supposed to, it's about what your face is like at this point. And he is, he's taking away the arrogance by talking about not understanding someone. He's giving himself, he's saving face by not giving, by acknowledging his lack of education in a certain way. Canada has really taken the piss in the last 15 years. What's so funny is I will say that. I'll be like, yeah, Canada, what the fuck, dude? And then I'm like, yeah, can I move to Canada, please? So I'd go to Canada. I'd live in Canada in a heartbeat. So yeah, that's quite interesting, isn't it? So it's weird because I could live here where things are a lot tighter. And I could go there where everything's falling out. So where would you go? I don't know. Interesting.
I speak French, but it's hard for me to learn math and.
Okay, so go. Okay. Okay, it goes the term queer. So I'm actually going to put actually turn a circle here. And then come. And go here. Oh, you know what would be hilarious? Is on Tuesday you guys misgender me because my hair is going to be short. I've been misgendered before because of my hair. And it was very funny because I was like, because I don't have boobs, isn't it? That's why. She had a confirming glance and saw I was in a car. Anyway, I think it would be only right for you guys to say, Kitty, the male Kitty has arrived or something. See if anyone can remember to do that next stream. Go back to the term queer. And you see, something like that happening to me was funny, right? And I was okay with it. But if for somebody that this is a huge crisis thing in your life, that would be devastating. And it wasn't done with malintent. It's the reason is it's not, it's by mistake. It's not on purpose. It was like, what are you boys having today? That was it. And it wasn't like, oh my God. It was like, oh, lol. I was like, oh, I can pass for a man. What am I going to put here? Oh, relates to everyone raised in Canada. Language police. Learn in French. Had to learn in French. Considered learning disabled. Okay, what is his point? I don't know where he's going.
You know, history in French.
Oh, yeah.
I have suffered from clinical depression in my life to a very severe degree. So I can relate to it. And I have, again, because I was very much a fish out of water, I can relate to it in a way that might surprise people, even though I'm a white male. I was an English-speaking, half-American, conservative male in a socialist, liberal province that forced me into French schools. And I think that rather than someone saying it was because of the mistreatment, but examining, finally, my issues that I could control, where I did suffer from depression and ADHD, that it helped me a lot. And I did have people who enabled it at certain periods of time, rather than getting to the root cause. And what I'm saying is, when you look at the mistreatment of groups throughout history, they still don't have anywhere near the attempted suicide rate of transgenders, including queer women in the Bible Belt. It's still not 4 times or 18 times. So there must be another variable there. And if we shut down the dialogue, we may never actually examine what that variable is.
Like I said, again, I don't 100% agree with that, especially because I'm viewing it from a youth standpoint of say, people my, like I said.
So there must be another variable there, and if we shut down.
Must be a variable, so must be. Variable other than. Societal. I agree with him. Yeah, shutting down, just completely shutting down conversation. May mean we never found out. If we just keep saying, oh, well, it's society, it's society, it's society. Well, we need to, people are a lot more complex than that.
Down the dialogue, we may never actually examine what that variable is.
Like I said, again, I don't 100% agree with that, especially because I'm viewing it from a youth standpoint of say, people my generation, because I know for a fact that our generation has the most mental health issues that this country's ever seen, and it's because of circumstances that have happened as we have grown up.
Let me ask you this. Would you say, are you Generation Z?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you say, getting a bit annoyed with him,
and I don't want to mischaracterize it.
Our generation has most, look, did you see her? She's shamed. She's like, are you fucking kidding me? She's upset with him. But she's not going to do anything, say anything. She's just going to do that. Because that's the kind of person she is. She's just going to do it that way. And then I suppose her fuse has been lit here. Mental health problems. Because of things that have happened. Interesting that she will say that she's seeing it from a youth standpoint, so they have more severe mental illness. That is why. Then we can argue about the reason for that. And couldn't we say that it's because we're not addressing those issues? It's because we keep blaming society and we're not actually looking at individuals. Could that be it? People that are not of this, she's Gen Z, right? So I'm already, it's not my generation either. It seems like a lot of the thing, it's so weird that there is a lot more mental illness because it is more it's overdiagnosed, but then also it goes untreated because it's overdiagnosed. It's so weird. It's the wrong thing is diagnosed, or everybody has it, so nobody has it. So I think mental health is a big problem, but I think part of it has been that minds have gone have become so open that brains have fallen out. I think that might be a thing. What did you get to work? What happened? We will call you Kito. Yes, let's do it. Kitty is a harsh mistress. I'm here talking to no wrench though. I'm thinking of turning on Kitty, giving the wrench to Jab instead of me. How very dare you? Listen here, you consented to me giving the wrench to Jab. So, Kitty, your government won't let me upload a meme. Oh, it was look at the mods typing because I called out Jab. Poor Kitty, she suffered so much oppression that she can't even properly process it, so she resorts to tragic laugh. What? My friend has long blonde hair, and he was called Miss by a customer when she was approaching from... Yeah! Well, that's the thing. It's just generally you're going to have long hair. Man, long hair is a lot of work if you wanted to, keep it clean and stuff and dry it and whatever. I don't see a man with a blow dryer there before work, So it makes sense that mostly men would have shorter hair. They're not going to have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. You got it to work. Ooh. You don't admit that. Now it's on tape. In Gen Z, I'm Gen Z. A lot of problems stem from learned helplessness. Oh, yes. That spurred on the medical community and social media by medical community. Yeah, exactly. That learned helplessness. So it's like I do agree that we needed to be more sensitive, but now it's learned helplessness that you it's like an overcorrection. It's like, okay, we wanted to take away the stigma of mental illness, but now it's like not an illness anymore. It's to the point that everybody has it now. It's no. It really, there are real things, and yes, we've come far, but I feel like that learned helplessness is a thing. It's for real. It's who the fuck did that? How did we get here? Who? It's like there's no people that went into a room and sat together and went, cool, this is how we're going to fuck up society. What happened? Okay. Things had to just all occur in a certain way for us to land here. There's also a one-size-fits-all approach. There's also a one-size-fits-all approach that's just standard with people when it comes to mental health. Oh yeah, my son has long hair. My brother has hair longer than yours, kiddo. Most people have hair longer than mine. Except for my husband. Bald. My youngest anyway. Also, a lot of external locuses of control in my generation. Oh yes, Jab, that's very true. I taught middle school for a few years, and even with short hair and a beard, I was often misgendered by my students who were just used to having a female teacher and calling out, Miss, yeah, that's it. Miss, I need help. Yeah. That's it. Your son is the big, or you're gonna be in a, you got, no, it's not just you. It's not just you. I needed, my phone goes on black and white at this time of night. Okay, hold on. Oh, Gray is here in the Dick Sword memes, okay? Now let me go to the memes. Let me go memes. I said wave, bitch! Okay. It's stuck. Discord is stuck. It's stuck on saying hello to Gray. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, what is this? I want to see it. The myth of consensual sex. I consent. I don't. What is this? Isn't there somebody I forgot to ask? Oh, these two. You two. Oh, snakes. I consent. Yeah, you gotta ask me. You gotta ask me. I love my face there. Do you have, we need to create a, this. We gotta create an emote like that. I'm making a meme. Wait. Oh, guys, we have like the last 10 minutes for memes, okay? Meme review. I suppose we've decided that's a thing now. Okay.
Circumstances that have happened.
Also, this might be a two-parter.
As we have grown up.
Let me ask you this. Would you say, are you Generation Z?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say, and I don't want to mischaracterize this, statistically I would say this is true, but would you say that Generation Z is probably or arguably the most open-minded generation as it relates to these gender issues?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you combine that with the fact that your generation still has more mental health issues than all that have come before it, how do you juxtapose that and say it's because of mistreatment? It's the most tolerant generation of all time, and they have more mental health issues than, for example, men coming back from World War II.
I think that's actually a great question. Good job for
I like that.
It's not a gotcha. I'm genuinely curious.
I know, which is why.
Example,
I love
men
that.
coming back from
Yes.
World War II.
I think that's actually a great question. Good job for.
Tolerant generation of all time, and they have more mental health issues than, for example, men coming back from World War II.
I think that's actually a great question. Good job for that.
It's not a gotcha. I'm genuinely curious.
I know, which is why I think it's an absolutely great conversation. So the reason that I believe that Gen Z does have the most mental health issues is you have to realize.
Boom. Let's go. I would love to know what is the answer here. What like I love that she concedes that that's an interest. That's a good point. Point. Well done. It's not a gotcha. Well, that's a good point. Well done. but well, kind of agree. She doesn't disagree, does she? Doesn't disagree, but expands. That's a good point. Well done. Okay, I was gonna map that, but it's fine.
That we start the very first year is 1998, so that means that you have 1999, 1990, or 1999, 2000, 2001. The very first people were in this generation were 3 years into their lives was 9/11, which was arguably the worst terrorist attack that has happened in the United States and on American soil.
Okay. So she's saying people, Gen Zers with like the oldest Gen Zers were 3 when 9/11 happened. Dude, I think my grandfather was like 10 during the war.
Many Gen Z, they don't even remember it.
Yeah, a lot of
I feel
Gen
really
Z
old
people-
when I talk about it. They're like,
Absolutely,
I don't
'cause-
remember. I'm
I was 11.
like, oh boy.
I was born in 2003, so I wasn't even there for that. I wasn't even a concept at that point. But
Yeah, you were
but
prenatal.
Yeah, absolutely. But you do have to realize that the world, especially in America, changed very drastically after 2001.
Okay, oldest Gen Z when 9/11 happened. World changed drastically in 2001. Okay, and then?
It changed very drastically after. There's very much this is taught in history classes, there's very much a difference between pre-9/11 and very much a difference between post-9/11. And post-9/11 is seen as its own part of history because a lot of things have changed. Nowadays, kids in my generation aren't allowed to go outside because they're too worried about safety.
Okay. Pre and post 9/11. That's interesting. I've never heard that. I've never heard that discussion, or if I have, it must have just fallen out of my head because it was not strong enough of an argument for me. Let's go. Yeah, just wrench stealer. You gave it to him. Oh, I'm gonna call you O, not snakes. It's 1996, not 1998. 9/11. We all know Jan insurrection is the worst thing in American history. Yeah, it was horrific. Yo, I was 2003 as well. Jab. Oh my god. Oh, you guys. My argument, just from the hip, would be that more mental disorders have been recognized and studied. But I don't know. Yeah, that is true. But not that many. Actually, a lot have been reduced. Many mental illnesses were separated into little things, and then they were reconfigured and things. So I think maybe you could say diagnosis is more prevalent. A lot more people are, because we removed a lot of the stigma, people are more willing to come forward and seek help, which means that they get, like, I mean, people that just in the old days, there's just they would have severe mental illnesses and just never go and get it checked out until it's too late, until they've destroyed their families and things like that. So this is BS. Look, yeah, Ty, you're also Gen Z, right? Yeah, I've never heard this one. I was 11, so I was old enough to understand what was happening. Like, I know you, like, guys, you're in South Africa. What are you doing? It was a big deal for everybody, and like, everybody remembers where they were and things like that. It was a massive thing for us, and we understood. Because it's America, dude. America. Somebody fucked with America. What's gonna happen? Nobody gives a fuck about South Africa, but also what's gonna happen, right? But I don't think that's. I don't know. You guys are American. You could tell me whether that's something. Damn, you're old. Yeah. She has a small point. The 9/11 broadcasts are some of my first memories, and it's burned into my brain. That being said, I was 4. What happened in my life afterwards? That event had no effect on. Yeah, exactly. So you had that, yes, for real, and arguably a lot of people, previously, the atrocities of the wars would also have triggered that. So we have, like, I really think it's going to that learned helplessness thing. I remember where I was and what happened. Yeah. I was actually at a school day thing. I remember my sister going, this person's so stupid. They flew into the, like, what? I don't even know. Yeah, what we must have been watching, because it's not like we were sitting watching the news. Yeah, it's not, I don't think we can make light of it. Just thinking about that, like, considering how much it affected us all the way on the other side of the world, it must have been a million times worse to be living in the USA. You would probably felt like the world is ending. It would have been like that. So I won't say that it's not severe, but to create an entire generation of traumatized people, no. And I don't think everything was hunky-dory and you could play in the streets before 9/11. It had already changed by then. There was already a change between the safety of generations and the freedom of kids in each generation. That was already there. Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitter, kid. Oh, pleasure. I saw you you in the replies there. So I was like, oh, dude. Or I think you followed me or something. I don't know. The point is, you joined. So remember, I was a freshman in high school for 9/11. Josh, you're so old. Josh is older than me. That's weird. I always just expect everyone to be younger. So you're just like a couple of years older than me. Okay. Both. It blew my mind. Yeah, guys, I didn't have, obviously I was 11. Actually, when I was 11, I was in chat rooms a lot. But that was not part of what we spoke about. I was somewhere on 9/11. That's the thing. You were somewhere. You existed. This woman didn't. And this is what she's being taught. So, but I mean, has anyone, guys, Gen Z is in the chat and in the comments. Come on, comment. In the comments. Were you taught this? Have you been taught this? Have you heard people that know Gen Zers? Have they told you this before? This is very interesting. I don't think I've ever heard this kind of argument.
Whereas people, and may I ask how old you are? Is that rude?
No, 35.
35?
Yeah, so I'm that kind of middle young millennial. Yeah.
Yes, millennial. My parents growing up were just allowed to go outside, and their parents didn't care where they were, whereas my parents were like, no, you're a girl, you can't go outside by yourself, even if it is in suburbia. We have to deal with a lot of, because the world is very much changing, and in a lot of places it's changed for the worse, and especially since we have a lot of media that typically just pummels you with all these bad things that are happening in the world, that very much changes a generation. And if you are constantly seeing that and you are constantly exposed to life-changing things, dead bodies, wars,
that is true. I think that's
attacks,
more valid than the 9/11.
it very much changes your perception on life. And it's very easy for people in my generation to feel hopeless because of that, not because we're open-minded. I believe that our generation is so open-minded because we see all the bad things happening in the world. Because we're like, oh, we can at least be compassionate for one another. That's the very least we can do.
I think, look, I see that, but having grown up with the internet, that should have happened to us. It should have happened a lot earlier, but I suppose it's because it's constant and it's in front of you. But maybe the messaging itself changed, because there was always shit happening in the world, and you would hear about it, and you could tweet about it, and you could do all kinds of things about it, right? You would hear about it. There were forums, there were things. We didn't have, yes, we weren't on Instagram and Insta anything, but we had the internet. We saw a lot of things. And I mean, freaking hell, we're the generation of that Gore website kind of thing, that sort of thing. So I can see that this is for real. So social media and the digital age and things like that, that's definitely had an impact on people, but that might have also increased the speed of that learned helplessness. It's the speed of learning you're helpless. So I think what Ty brought up, it's come through in her arguments as well. It's very much, here, look at how horrible the world is, and there's none of this growth that happens where you're supposed to figure out the world is not a great place, and the best you can do is the best you can do. That's it. You can't change. Look, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be trying to change it. It's just that you need to be realistic about the amount of change you can exert upon the world. That's part of humanity, human growth, that you are going to have to confront reality. And somehow, I suppose what she is also bringing up here is that reality is fundamentally different now because it's expanded into the online world. So dealing with reality is a bit more difficult, I suppose. Coming back down to earth and realizing what you are as an individual. Yeah, I can see that. But to this severity, you also have access to the most, like I was looking for CBT worksheets today, cognitive behavioral therapy. I could just put that in and have a million websites come up. And so you have access to all of these things. You have access to resources that you never had before. So while I'm with her on some of it, I don't know about the severity. And also, I don't know that precludes or cancels out what Stephen is saying, that it's too open. It doesn't. We've got all the. So basically, her argument was because of the mistreatment of society, right? But his argument here of, listen, you guys are the most inclusive, so why is there more mental illness? So if she concedes that it's because of all of these things, then the whole gender suicide, all of those things, that it's cancelled out. Do you see what I mean? I don't know. Chinsia, when you listen to this back, I hope I make sense. And you're probably going to think, oh my God, did you really think that was a sentence that had structure? Okay. What's this? Oh, Blaine, what's up? What's up, diagram dudes? Oh my God. That is our name. I hope someone got that joke. Wait. Oh, we're talking about how old Adam is. Older than Crowder, younger than Adam. Learned helplessness. Yes, Ty is the OG here. As an American, wait. Boyish charm. I was probably still in embryo. No, I am an old man despite my boyish charm. As an American, JFK and Abraham Lincoln were our most open-minded presidents. If It's had no effect on my life, but that's because my birth was post 9/11. Learned helplessness! Older than Crowder, younger than Adam. There's a large cultural shift after 9/11. No, Gen X is way together, and they had the Vietnam War. Way tougher, sorry, together. Way tougher, same thing. Way more tougher, and they had the Vietnam War. Adam is like 80, but he's sexy, 80-year-old. Only by recent accounts, every 100 years or so, he moves and reinvents himself. Seriously, he's like the portrait of, what's it? Is it Dorian Gray? I was 4 years old on Gore website too. Ugh! Web 1.0 was wild. I never went on it. I've not gone on it, and I'm never going to. I hope someone got that joke. Oh, I got it now. Thank you. Darling as well. And don't know how accurate the Gen X and Vietnam comparison is here. Okay. Thought you meant the other CBT. Oh, the other CBT oil. Hey, that's another thing that's accessible. That is a difference. Well, she's talking about trauma, but I'm fairly sure Gen Z has experienced much less trauma. Yes, but is much more traumatized. That is, I want to write it that way. That is exactly it. Gen Z has experienced much, like she needs to admit that the trauma itself was much greater for other generations. I need to read some book about generations and stuff, you know? Like the trends between, there's the way that one generation views another is often similar, you know, like, oh, back in my day is a joke because everybody thinks their generation is better than others most of the time. Adam feels like, what? No, wait. A lot of kids just got tables stuck in their faces as children, unfettered and unsupervised access to the web from lazy parents. Oh, yeah. I was very lucky. I don't know how I survived chat rooms. I just found a good space with enough weirdos that when creeps came into the chat room, we would kick them out. So Adam feels like the one college frat bro that still comes to college parties 8 years after college has ended. Everyone is younger than him. I can't imagine he's any older than Steven. I can't imagine that. So it really blows my mind when he's like, yeah, I was in high school at this age, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where is he? No, this is a problem. Part of that chicken coming home to roost. A lot of kids, yeah. Sure, I don't think it's how the kids handled that trauma. I don't think it's how the kids handle that trauma, but rather how their parents do. Further, we opted into Vietnam. That wasn't the case for 9/11, which is different. Yeah. Adam's in his 50s. Adam is old. I can't. It blows my mind because he does not look that way. He looks like he's Steven's age. And I've decided that's his age. He just has this knowledge of other times because he's well read. Don't give your real name address. Actually, I had a pen pal from the internet.
In order to make ourselves happy.
I will say this. I've changed my mind on issues in the past.
That's the very least we can do.
In
order to make ourselves happy.
I will say this. I've changed my mind on issues in the past. I don't think you've changed my mind on this issue, but but what you have done is present a compelling argument that I think should be included. I've discussed this in the past that we certainly do have. Let me put it this way. I don't think that this Generation Z has it harder than 16-year-olds on the beaches of Normandy.
No, of course.
But
I understand why you believe
I believe they had a sense of purpose, right? That they were fighting an evil Nazi regime. Whereas I do think your point is well taken. When you combine this constant flow of information and, yes, negativity with what I do think is, considering that it's kind of, like you said, post 9/11, post-war in the global sense generation, a lack of purpose. That it's a chronic stressor rather than an acute one.
Yes, because
and I can see how that could be damaging.
You have to remember that a lot of those boys that were set off in the war also, a lot of them typically lied on their things to go off to war because that was something they needed for their families and stuff like that. So some of them wanted to go to war.
And they felt a sense of purpose. They wanted to serve their country.
At what cost, but they ended up doing that, yes. So, yes, it's very much a chronic stressor of constant things. Like, you have to, like, we have Ukraine and Russia. And we're seeing that all over. We've lived through that. We've all lived through a global pandemic, but
I think, what Stephen also brought up here is, somewhat concede or accept. What Stephen's brought up here that she didn't bring up, which is very true as well, because it was the constant flow of information, but that lack of purpose, that is really important. Is well taken, but spoken about. Look at that. Tell the person when their point is well taken. Okay? That's incredible. Look how great it is when you're civil. Okay? Rather than acute. I like the way he characterized that. But also the thing that he put here is lack of purpose. So I'm going to, the expansion here is the lack of purpose is also. I think that that's where you get all this bloody LARPing, okay? Because you've seen how horrible the world could be. You've learned how horrible the world could be and what all these heroes did to make the world the way it is now and how much better the world is now for you. And you're like, well, here's the world in front of me. I've got the entire world in front of me and I can't do anything to change it. Whereas there were people that were like, I can go and fight in the war. I can go and march. And I can, now that that's why you have people that are like, they act like they are the new struggle people. They have new, they still have issues that they need to fight, rights that they need to fight for. All of the biggest fights have happened. And so you do see that lack of purpose. I think she missed out on speaking about that. Okay.
It was in high school of Ukraine. So yes, it's very much a chronic stressor of constant things. Like you have to we have Ukraine and Russia. And we're seeing that all over. We've lived through that. We've all lived through a global pandemic, but I was in high school whenever that happened. And I was supposed to be graduating, and we had to wear masks. We had to social distance from each other, and it was very hard to have that social thing, as it was for everyone in the world. We've had that. We've had all sorts of things that have happened within our lifetime that are these big global events, which is why I don't think being open-minded is inhibiting us at all.
No, and I wasn't saying, because you're two kind of separate issues. I think we both agree there are more mental health issues with this generation than previous generations. But what I am saying is that this generation, for example, the transgender suicide statistics, don't really change generationally. So you would think that transgenders from, let's say, millennials or from Gen X, you would think that the rates would be higher there. They're every bit as high with Gen Z. So I'm saying, separate from the suicide and mental health issues at large, the treatment of them is certainly what people would consider more tolerant with Gen Z, but the metrics haven't improved. And so I would say, well, okay, maybe we need to look to another variable. There is no demographic that has that same attempted suicide rate. Well, there's only one. and I don't. It's paranoid schizophrenics. It's the only place that has a over 40% attempted suicide rate, which is approximate with transgender individuals.
What's this?
There's only one.
Yeah.
Haven't improved, and so I would health issues at large. The treatment of them is certainly what people would consider more tolerant with Gen Z, but the metrics haven't improved. And so I would say, well, okay, maybe we need to look to another variable. There is no demographic that has that same attempted suicide rate. Well, there's only one.
Yeah.
And I don't, it's paranoid schizophrenics. It's the only place that has a over 40% attempted suicide rate, which is approximate with transgender individuals. Which brings me kind of to another point. I really do think that's a thoughtful point that you made, and I actually would like to go do more research and actually look at the before and after 9/11 mental health issues. I think it's an interesting study. But my question would now bring to, if we say, first off, can I ask you a question? How many genders are there? If I say there are two.
So I've actually watched some of your stuff, and I know you don't like this answer. I know you don't. I'm so sorry that you don't like this answer.
I appreciate you can probably understand why.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I have people in my life that very much are like, there are only two genders,
Right.
and I'm just like, I do believe that is an infinite spectrum. I do believe that you can identify with what you are. And so if you identify as someone that's non-binary, I believe that you should be allowed to do that. And I believe that you should be allowed to do that, and people should be respectful about it. I do think that on the number of genders, I don't think there is a limited number. I think you can identify how you want to identify. Typically, people tend to identify as a man, woman, non-binary. But even then, I don't like, because non-binary is a umbrella term.
Right.
Where it, of course, covers all of these nuanced gender identities. But some people don't like the term
But then
non-binary.
where do you draw a line?
Where do you draw a line?
For example, and I'm taking.
Yeah, that's what is the point? If you're going to have infinite genders, what is the point of having a gender? Then you might as well just say, I'm kitty gendered because I'm kitty. There we go. I'm a gender on my own because there's only one configuration of me that is all different kinds of things that are masculine and feminine. Well, if that's how it's going to be, then we might as well just use our names as genders. Like, there has the utility of gender is also part of how it's why it exists. Care also, as in, like, I'm saying, what do you mean also? Yes, it is. Okay, that's not also, it is. Gender is there because of its utility. You're definitely making the blood type come. I just want to pre and post mental illness. So he asks, how many are there? So she's going to go. Answers with apology. Sorry, you won't like this. I have people. You know what's telling about this person as well? She says, I've got people in my life that have only that say that there's only two genders, and I'm just like, okay, that's it. She's not the person. I don't know if maybe when it comes to Trump, she would be different, but she's not that person that's like, oh, my parents voted for Trump, I'm never speaking to them again. It's just, she's just like, oh, you're a human and you have this way of thinking. I'm a human and I have this way of thinking. Are you oppressing somebody? Are you hurting somebody? No. Okay, cool. We're good. Like, she's getting along with people, and she's balancing it out and saying, weighing it out and saying, okay, I disagree with this person, but does it really change much about how we're interacting? Not really. No. Okay, cool. Their values are still quite solid. They're still a good person, whatever. I'm not going to cancel them out of my life because they said a thing. Because she still values humans for what they are, for individuals for what they are. So she says there are infinites. They're okay. There are infinite genders. In which case, I'm like, well, what's the point then? Okay.
An extreme example, right?
Where it.
I just want to summarize her point
I do think that on the number of genders, I don't think there is a limited number. I think you can identify how you want to identify. Typically, people tend to identify as a man, woman, non-binary. But even then, I don't like, because non-binary is a umbrella term.
Right.
Where it, of course, covers all of these nuanced gender identities. But some people don't like the term non-binary.
But then where do you draw a line?
Where do you draw a line?
For example, and I'm taking an extreme example to make a point here. I'm not saying this is the norm, but if someone identifies as a feline, someone,
as a feline,
this happens a lot.
If
someone, a more common issue is people identify as amputees. Right? This is an issue where medical professionals are having people come in asking them to remove a limb. Right? If you say it's infinite, well, then there is no
number. What's the number on that happening? Do you happen to know?
That is not a good question.
If it's 100, if it's 1,000, if it's any, and it shouldn't be.
That's not a good point. That's an argument that's really common now. CRT, all of those things. Oh, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. But there's a principle that's being built, and that's going to cause behavior. That is going to. It's not just slippery slope. It's like, no, you're building certain ideals, certain ideas, and those will eventually turn from fringe to mainstream. And the moment that's when we have people. I know that it's a joke when I say, "Oh, I'm mapping this," but think of the term map, M-A-P. That's evidence enough for minds opening so much that brains fall out. That would be a catastrophe. Yeah, Ty's got some bangers. Ty, this chat has bangers, okay? Everybody in chat gives really, really valuable insights. Let's see, my parents just told me don't ever say your real name, okay? A-Team has the secret of eternal youth. You know what? I think we need to put that in the super chat. Yeah, they used to tell us not to put any info on the web. I still follow that rule to this day. I could probably be doxxed very easily. Don't try it. Fuck you. Please have disconnected OBS. Okay, nowadays it's the complete opposite. Yep. Anime used to get you bullied, now it's popular. Yeah. It's a knock life for Gen Z. It's a soft knock life. Lack of purpose. I think that, Josh, it's the thing. Ty, depends on who you are and where you lived if you got bullied for anime watching. Enter John, whatever, awakening from meaning crisis. In the meaning crisis. Oh, God. Where are we? My pronouns are Kit Kat. Kava, I love you. That would be a catastrophe. Please do Ty. Gender abolitionists. Yeah, mostly masculine for you, Kitty. It's true. Think about it, chat. It's a spot on. What is it? I forgot the feminists between the hippies and 80s and 90s were special people. I'm not sure human beings can survive being successful. That is a very good point. I'm putting that there. Kenstadt. That's very true. That is I like that. I like that wording. Your wording is incredible. Socialism, communism, hippies, the late 80s to mid 90s. You're special. The 9/11 thing is nothing, and hope he doesn't waste his time on that. I don't think he goes further with it. I forgot the feminists between the hippies and 90s. Cat genders unite. Think about it, chat. Spot on. Yeah, I'm def making that blood top comic. Mostly masculine for you, kitty. Gender abolitionists. Please do Ty. Yes. That would be a catastrophe. Kitty gender. Pandering to my furry audience, I see. There's a crossover, Blaine. We have to. And we were gonna do the cat girl. Are cat girls, do they have fur? I know cat girls and furries are not the same thing, but you know, that was another part of the audience we'd go to. I hate Discord, but I'll make an exception for this chat. Yay! Thank you, Ty. Gay, bi, transgender pronoun has increased by 3,000% this last. Is that right? I don't know. Sounds right. Why do you think I greeted everyone today by saying, "Hey there, cats and kittens"? Yeah, exactly. You were just respecting our pronouns. My pronouns are I, me, my. Actual pronouns, yes. Pronouns are a syntactical syntactical tool. I think this is the Martin Bailey of their argument. It's only a superficial way of identifying myself. I just want to be respected. And then it switches to, we need to change society to confront this forcefully. Yes, it's the part where they force this flimsy mindset on the entire world. Yeah. So when it comes to a different flavor of dysphoria, it shouldn't be addressed. Yep. Sorry. That's a mental illness. The people that identify as amputees that want to remove body parts, that's a mental illness. Okay? Everyone but Snake. No. Jab, why are you abusing Snake? Wait, what? Snakes. Wait, what? Depends on the cat girl species. Oh, okay, Nico. Cat girl furry scale on Discord memes channel. Oh god. I regret propping you up on my shoulders. For propping you up from my shoulders towards the sun. Damn you. Well, yes, as you see, I could just sit and read chat, and that would be my stream. Sorry. Fuck you guys. I need to do some stuff. Okay, I'm gonna do another
medical quandary as a nurse. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be
on that happening.
Right, this is an issue where medical professionals are having people come in as feline. You know, someone.
As a feline.
This happens a lot.
I love the way she's like, that would be fun.
A more
so
common
cute.
issue is people identify as amputees. Right?
Okay, where do you draw the line? And it's true. People who identify as felines. I did think he meant females, and then it's like, actually, no, he really did mean felines. Identify as amputees. And then there is but tell me the number. Okay, let's go.
The norm.
Yeah.
But if someone identifies as a feline, you know, someone.
As a feline.
This happens a lot.
That'd
If
be
someone,
fine.
a more common issue is people identify as amputees. Right? This is an issue where medical professionals are having people come in asking them to remove a limb. Right? If you say it's infinite, well, then
But
there
what's
is
the
no
number on that happening? Do you happen to know?
I would
'Cause
say
don't-
if it's 100, if it's 1,000, if it's any, and it shouldn't be a medical quandary as a nurse. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be an ethical quandary, but now it is.
Okay, that is the end. Wait, maybe we do until 30 minutes. Huh? What is the number of that happening? No, but we've got to get to Gray's stream, so I'll stop. What's the number of that happening? If it's any. A problem shouldn't be quandary. However you spell it. Quandary. Shouldn't be an ethical quandary. Okay. Identifies amputees. And ask limb to be removed. It is for real, for true. Okay. I just want to have a quick summary of where we are, what we've done. First of all, oh wow, what happened? Come down. Okay. So I don't think we actually they haven't done too much critical discussion yet. It's been a nice discussion. I don't think it's been too in depth. It hasn't been too taxing to cover. There's been a lot to comment on because it's very much the surface disagreements that people have. Okay, I say sex is biological and it should be different and whatever. Like, there's a lot more juiciness that they don't get into. But what is very interesting about this whole interaction is how pleasant it is. And yes, Stephen does interrupt her, but that's just the way he is. Okay, it's not his tactic to try and quickly cut her off to make sure that she doesn't make her point. It's just okay. Well, okay. He gets a question in his mind. He wants to say it. And the thing is that they disagree with each other, but they can agree as well. There are things that they will agree. They will listen to each other. So that this is the most good faith we've had on Debate Diagram, I think. Even though it didn't go into too much depth, I think it's been quite awesome. So I can see why Stephen thought this was his best experience with Change My Mind. So basically, the discussion was from talking about gender and sex not being the same thing. First starting off, according to Stephen, as being the same thing, but then they were separated through various scholarly pursuits, and then that has now caused a whole bunch of confusion because it is still used interchangeably. Gender and sex are used interchangeably. It's caused problems in society because there is still a binary. So there's a lot here that I hope they would get into. I'm going to listen to the rest of it before I decide to do part 2 of this. I think it's something that I could do much quicker than Vaush. Basically then there's like 2 or 3 main topics that they did. It was so it's sex and gender being different. Okay, then there's also the suicide rates, right? Pre and post-op suicide rates as the main topic. And then queer, so then the underlying causes of those suicide rates. Then they start talking about all of the causes that could be bringing you towards suicide in this generation. But I think the most amazing point that was made, the best argument here was, if this is the most tolerant generation, why has the suicide rate not decreased? Because if you're a trans youth, so sorry about my accent. If you're trans youth, and you're the most at risk, and society is the only reason that you would commit suicide, there should be some sort of reduction. And I'm afraid there's going to be also a lot more suicides coming from the gender ideology today. And there's going to be a lot more court cases for people, lawsuits for the Chloes of the world that were pushed through this transition mill, as opposed to the real transgender people that actually went through a whole huge rigmarole to really make sure that this was the only thing that they could do to make it better. Now we can quickly do meme review. Cooked some memes on Discord, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna get the Discord open. So yeah, I feel like this was not as juicy as the previous ones, but it's definitely what a civil conversation looks like. So I don't know if I'll do a part 2 of this with you guys, but I liked it. I liked it a lot. Discord is starting, don't worry. She's making this ending too long. I said goodbye too quick. I blame Jab. Blame Jab for everything. Okay. It's not the ending. The ending is with the memes. Still no meme scene. It's coming, don't worry. I'm waiting for Discord to open. I was waiting for Discord to open. Okay. Let's get... And I'm opening also... So I don't have to dox everybody I talked to on Discord. Okay. Also, when's the next Monster Hunter World? Well, Jab, we have to get you some of that that their PlayStation what you call it? Some of that their PlayStation Plus, because we need to play together. Can you guys see? You should be able to see. Except I'm gonna have to oopsie. No, I'm supposed to move my face. Webcam. The whole group, dude. Ew. I'm mobile. Okay, oh my god. No, what has happened? Okay, where do we start? Look at, oh, I love it. Oh, I had to deep fry the meme for it to upload. Oh my god, that's amazing. That is going to be an emote. I don't, what should the abbreviation for this emote be? There's actually one that we had on my Twitch stream, which was kind of like that, but it was like, okay, so it was not like that, but it was as embarrassing, and it was a pun face, because it was like, cat owners. Cats are way better than dogs. Also cat owners, yeah. It's, we love them, okay? Get beast pilled son. Fact, Belle did not know the beast could turn into a human. She was fully prepared to bang him as is. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, it's really not letting me open this. Let me just take this away. Now my face is in the middle. Hold up. Belle did not know the beast. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, oh god, what is this now?
Doctor.
That was Jab. Oh wait. The thing is,
Doctor. And doctor.
we should have given Jab a wrench, because then it would be Doctor. Those two looking at each other. That's for you guys. Only 2 genders or 25. I've seen that one before. Tomboy. Man trapped in a woman's body. They're the same picture. Oh god, no. That's actually the best version of the they're the same picture meme I've seen, because I don't like the they're the same picture meme. I like that you've used it in this manner. I don't know, it's just better. What? Are we in agreement? I think I'm gonna put this I'm gonna put this as a post on YouTube. Teachers, autistic kid. Are you trans? Okay, this is the furry chart. Okay, this is very important. Okay, wait. Move your face, Chincy, move your face. Okay, human, just a human. There's nothing wrong with us. Also, blonde. Ugh. Neko. Human structure with some animals, still just a human with ears and tail. Okay. Borderline furry. Animal structured hands and nose are losing pure human shape. Okay, so you've got paws. Pretty furry. Colored skin showing fur. Okay. More furry, visibly furry skin. Ooh, I can't handle that. Very furry. Okay, like really fuzzy and more animal structured. Furry. Basically an animal with human traits. Cat. Still a furry. I didn't look at the cat part until I saw the cat. Like a red cat. Oh, God. You guys are weird, man. Suggestions. What's in the suggestions? This is the socialism is evil. Change my mind. Are we gonna do that one? If it's Steve getting owned, or are we doing it? All the mods attacking you. Well, you'll just have to come next stream. You have to come over next stream, and then you'll get your thing. Our chat says otherwise, cover. What? I'm not a furry. You are. Okay. Wow. Passed over a ridge again. Unsubbed and going to say mean things on Twitter. Go do it. I'll be able to see. I'll block you. Okay, guys. Let's go to Grey, because we have a Bob debate to get to, and I'm amped. Let's go. Are we gonna do it, guys? Thanks for coming through for this one. I know it wasn't the usual juicy, exciting, crazy one, but I liked it. And there's a lot of notes to be made on how to talk to people, and also just Gabriella, you're the sweetest person in the world, honestly. And well done for speaking to Stephen, because he can definitely be intimidating. Cool. I will not keep you guys any longer. I'll see you in Grey Papa's stream.